Good afternoon. Good afternoon. A moment, please. One moment, please. Um, bup, 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 bup. So so unorganized. So, anyway, I don't know whether anyone is gonna watch this live stream. It's kind of irrelevant anyway. So I'll just use this brief moment of I don't know, silence to eat the rest of my toast with honey and drink a nice sip of tea and eat a cookie later. Oh gosh, I'm retarded. Wait a moment. I forgot something. I forgot. I'm back. Um, Gosh, I'm so unorganized. I haven't streamed in like, I don't know. When was the last stream here on the channel? Must have been like, I'm inclined to say last year. No, this year, but like in June or July. I think it was in June. It was right before the Euros or something like this. Or I don't know. Or no. I streamed. When did Kalter Krieg come out? I'm not too sure. I'm now gonna read something in private here because I don't really want to leak it, because it would literally leak. It will literally leak my, not just my uni, and the name of my professor. It would also leak where you could find me, like every single Monday. Not every single Monday, but most Mondays. And now that doesn't really apply because there's only like 1 or 2 sessions left. But where you could have found me, the same exact room, the same exact room every Monday, like from 10 to 12, which obviously would be less than ideal. by the way, this see this what is it called? Not this Google Chrome profile, or I completely forgot how it's called. So you basically you can have different profiles, I guess, and I have 3 on this computer. So one is for my, I'm not gonna say private stuff, but then one for more official stuff, and this here, which is exclusively for streaming. I originally also kind of intended the quote unquote professional stuff for it, but you know, you always save stuff, even if it's for quote unquote professional purposes, which you wouldn't really want to end up on stream, right? So the only thing, so I don't want to leak my email address necessarily. I don't want to leak my legal name. I don't want to leak my phone number. I also don't want to leak what I'm talking about, what I'm talking with AI, right? That's why I have this open, and will probably come to this any moment now. My gosh, I'm so freaking forget pilled. One moment, please. Gotta reply to my own tweet because I'm weird. Real, that's what I'm gonna say. So maybe talk a bit about the agenda for today, and I completely forgot. I wanted to pull something up, but I forgot. Maybe let's consider the agenda a bit. I think first things first, I probably should familiarize myself a bit with the actual inner workings of the Security Council. So what do I know by now? I know that there are, and I'm very badly prepared. Very badly prepared, and that's why I do the whole thing. So the Security Council consists of, oh my gosh, I would have to say, it's not 20, it's like, is it 15 or I'm never sure. I think that there's some number with something with 15, but I never know whether it's all of the Security Council or whether it's just the non-permanent members. But wait a moment. 5 permanent members, and in this case 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, right. I wasn't completely wrong. It's 10 non-permanent members additionally to the 5 permanent members. What else do I know? It's that the permanent members have the right to veto any resolution, and only the resolutions. So the normal, oh gosh, someone is already using fireworks outside, which is technically against federal law, but I don't really care about that too much in this case. What did I want to say? Gosh, maybe start that one from the beginning again. So, what do I already know about the UN Security Council? It has 15 members, 10 of whom are non-permanent, which change. I think I'm not too sure whether it's every 2 years. I think it's also staggered, which isn't really necessarily important for today's mission. Which isn't really important for today's mission, is it? Oh gosh, stop formatting stuff I don't want to be formatted. It's so annoying. I'm gonna write this down for a moment, but just so that I don't forget it. Um, non-permanent. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. And the veto power, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I remember, to be more precise, is only in regards to resolutions, and that's something I have to look up in a moment. I.e., not for. I hope my keyboard isn't too loud. Not for procedural motions. I cannot type properly. So that's the things I know so far. I obviously know more than that. But I must admit, I am generally speaking an enjoyer of international politics. Otherwise, I probably would also. Oh my! The chair is squeaking again like a freaking pig. Sorry. But I must admit that the United Nations, despite having not to dox too much, despite having so I don't have ties to the United Nations, but let's just say I have ties to someone who worked for them, and I'm not going to dox anything more. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing that I signed an NDA. But like if I told you that my I don't know, my mom's brother, my uncle, my maternal uncle worked for the United Nations in this and that capacity, for example, that's an example, then it obviously makes it easier to dox me, right? Because you then have a piece of information more to. I probably shouldn't have even have said the thing that I have some quote unquote connections to the United Nations. And as I said, nothing crazy. But despite all of that, despite the fact that I'm interested in the United Nations and this connection, if you will, I must admit, much to my shame, that this is not really much of a focus of my attention, for the simple reason that, and I'm gonna red pill you a bit here, that the United Nations and especially the Security Council, not especially the Security Council, but there it's especially apparent that the United Nations is somewhat of a, I'm not going to say useless organization, but a toothless organization. That's something that you can say, and that's why the word especially would be wrong, but it's especially apparent in the United Nations Security Council, because that's, at least on paper, the strongest institution of the UN, and at the same time, like, does it really matter that much? Especially in the current day? Not even that. Like, I mean, maybe there was maybe a short period where that wasn't the case, but I mean, in the Cold War, you just had the Soviet Union and the United States, who could block each other with their veto power, and now you have once again the United States and Russia, and maybe China. And China is at the the People's Republic of China is at the very least not going to vote for any harsh pro-Western manner. In many cases, they are probably gonna vote against the two, or at least don't vote at all. Like it's kind of first and foremost, the way to find a decision is relatively hard. Though you could obviously, and you probably have to make the case that this is not a bug; it's a feature, right? If you wouldn't have wanted the system, you wouldn't have created the system of vetoes. It's obviously supposed to ensure that no action is taken in the name of the United Nations, which is supposed to be, well, the representation of most of mankind, against the will of one of those five supposedly great powers. I think, frankly, I'm not going to be that guy, but like France and the United Kingdom, come on, like apart from the fact that they have nukes, and I mean Germany also. I think Germany should sit in the UN Security Council. But that's just my personal I don't know, probably a nationalistic opinion. Just kidding. So first of all, it's kind of hard to find a decision, and secondly, it is also kind of toothless in the sense that, well, the United Nations, they have their blue helmets or blue berets. They have their peacekeepers, but they are just that. They are peacekeepers, and it's even questionable whether they do a good job at keeping the peace in the areas where they are employed. Like just take a look at the situation in Lebanon. Like technically, yes, there are UN peacekeepers, or in Syria, or at the line of control between the Israeli occupied Golan Heights and the Syrian part. They are not gonna fight like a regional power like Israel, so they're kind of useless. So even if through, I don't know, hard negotiations or whatever, a veto-proof resolution is passed, yeah, have a lot of fun enforcing it. Like the United Nations don't have an executive branch. They don't have a military to actually enforce their decisions. And I know that was somewhat of a tangent, or multiple tangents in one, but that's one of the reasons why the United Nations don't really are too much of a concern for me when I actually look at geopolitical conflicts and whatnot. Because yes, they might condemn something, they might approve of something, but at the end of the day, and that's something that I always come back to, anarchic order, right? International politics is, you may not like I don't know, the analogies of I don't know, the state of nature, but it's in some sense an anarchic order, right? And at the end of the day, especially there it is, and even in non-anarchic orders, to kind of go back, I'm not saying that in an endorsing manner, but if you kind of look at Carl Schmitt, like talking about who is truly sovereign, and that is actually in a non-anarchic system. It is in a system that has written constitutions and such. It is talking about the domestic politics of a country, that the sovereign is basically the one who can decide over the state of exception, the state of emergency, or basically you're sovereign if you are capable of saying, okay, these may be the rules, but I'm the one who makes the exceptions to the rules. And this is obviously, like multiplied by, I don't know, 10 or something like that, in the international order, right? So at the end of the day, it's basically, I recently wanted to tweet it, but I didn't do so. Basically, and that's also a descriptive claim, not a prescriptive one. It's basically, stop quoting international law to us. We have F-35s and nuclear arms. It's basically the response, for example, of Israel. Or if you replace the F-40, the F-35 with something else, that would also be the response of Russia. So, but where were we? Yeah, I wanted to, at the very least, get somewhat more of a let's say grip on the whole thing, how the inner workings are. And once again, I'm not going to show you this Word document because I'm not going to dox my uni, my professor, and the room where the freaking class is held. But for example, let's take. So I have here the I don't know, the points of business, so to speak. So first we have a roll call where basically it's checked that everyone's there. Maybe I can copy that and paste it into my freaking Google Doc. I don't know. I don't know how to call it, procedure maybe. And obviously my intention is to kind of fill it with more information that I'm here to research, and the whole reason why I do this research stream is because I probably need the accountability. So if I just tell myself, okay, like in mid to late January, you have this freaking UN Security Council simulation, you probably should prepare something, then I'm going to find excuses why I don't do it. But now so now if I live stream myself doing it, I kind of, even if no one watches the stream, which is relatively likely, then at the end of the day I kind of feel the pressure to still do something, and it's a similar effect like studying in the library. That's something I probably should put on my New Year's resolutions list, because obviously there's no one who actually watches me, but firstly it feels like a more learning environment, and it's also like, I don't know, I feel like a bit of pressure to actually do something. And when I'm at home, obviously there's always the distraction on my laptop itself. Oh, let's read this PDF document and let's discuss something on Twitter or something. But I mean, obviously in my room there's way more stuff. Like in the library, I don't really have the temptation to just start playing, I don't know, Hearts of Iron on my laptop, because I don't install games on my laptop, because then it would be totally Jova. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's call it Wrath Procedural Outline. Oh, I cannot type because I'm so distracted. Oh gosh, stop doing this freaking thing where you agenda setting. I'm just copying it from my Word document, which you may call lazy, but I don't care. Well, let's call it speaker list. Speakers list, I don't know. It's kind of weird because my document is only like a substantial amount of it is in English, but another point not. Then we have the actual formal debate, including and here we make opening statements. Speeches and what do you call it? I forgot the word. I forgot skull emoji. Like not propositions, but it's like a bill. But if so if this were parliament, I would say bills, but it's obviously not. How do you call a proposed resolution or if you propose something in a context that is not a parliament, so you cannot call it a motion, you can't call it a bill. Propositions, maybe let's call it positions. Development of resolutions. Let's just call it resolution development. Yeah, I cannot spell and I don't care at this point. Caucusing, which luckily is explained in my Word document. Why? Is it? I don't know whether there's a spelling mistake. Very well, might be. Debate pause for informal negotiate. Oh gosh, cannot spell. What did it say? Continuation or end of debate? See? See, I cannot spell. Discussion and amendment of proposed resolutions. Vote on the resolution? Oh, vote on resolutions. So I basically have now this outline, which is basically copied from another Word document, which I probably, with hindsight, I probably just should have left in the document or just copied completely. But now I haven't done so, and we are where we are. Though I kind of like my structure a bit better. But I think it also may be helpful if we actually maybe start watching a discussion from the Security Council. I don't know. Is that might, I don't know whether that's a just a fragment or whether it's the whole session. But I guess we'll see. Now it's a live stream, so maybe we have a chance so that we can kind of fill in our outline. So for example, roll call, and then we see how it works. Although I must say that probably, if I'm not completely, obviously that's something that we cannot really see on video, because it's basically they pause the debate and they just negotiate quote-unquote privately. But I think it's quite helpful to especially take a look at the opening statements and the speeches and the way resolutions are being proposed. So that's why we certainly should take a look at the whole thing. Is there something else? Oh yeah. Ooh, wait. Oh yeah, that's something I already mentioned. That there are procedural motions, not notions. I'm sorry. Like, what do we have? Interruption of the session, end of debate, which needs a 2/3 majority, changing of a resolution, which is kind of procedural. The determination or the determination of speaking time. The closing of the speakers list and the agenda setting, which are things that we partly included here, but most of them just need a simple majority, and only the end of debate needs a needs a 2/3 majority. Maybe I don't know, have it as another point. Maybe like procedural no. Wait. Let me put it like this. Two-thirds. Oh gosh, not. Oh, I cannot type because I kind of have to look at 2/3 majority. And wait a second. I mean, the thing why I write this down for me is so that, I don't know, maybe if we want to tactically do something, pass some motion. So there are 10 members on the Security Council, right? So a simple majority should be wait, I don't know where this thing would be on my friggin' keyboard. I don't even think it would exist. So now we have it, but where? And what's a 2/3 majority of 15? Oh my gosh. Oh no, that's pretty easy, because 15 is divisible by 3, so it's 5, 10. You need. Is that real? 2/3? Yeah, 2/3 of 15 is 10 votes. Just 2 countries more. Wait a moment. I'm thirsty. I'm freaking thirsty. You wouldn't believe it. Um, should we, for example, did I forget anything? Is there anything else? Proceed. Maybe first take a look at the rules of procedure. Chapter 1, the meeting. I'll open it in a new tab. So. Okay, that's not really that interesting. And I'm that's actually something that we'll do in the second part of the stream, if my voice still survives until then. I think the agenda is not really that interesting because we already have 2 topics. The situation in the Middle East, particularly, I think back in the day it was officially Israel-Palestine, what's meant with that. So not so much. I mean, Syria is also in the Middle East, but the focus shall be on the Israel-Palestine conflict. But obviously there are spillover, quite a bit actually. So I think there's still a decent chance that there will be some. Oh wait, I'm horrible. I have to change something. I am a horrible person, you know, because I just realized. Wait, how do you change your status again? That I haven't changed my status to Merry Christmas. But so now we're back. Where was I? I'm awfully sorry. So I don't know how the agenda goes. Maybe I should just read this a bit. Whether it's just, okay, we have 2 agenda points, which is Israel-Palestine and war in Ukraine. Or shall it be, or is agenda in the sense that for example, out of these broader topics, subtopics are going to be picked. In that case, I obviously would have to prepare myself, and obviously as the United States, I probably would not be too. By the way, I'm already doing something that I don't want to do yet, but that's beside the point. Obviously, as the United States, I may vote against the discussion of something that is not really favorable for my country's position. Like maybe I don't really want to discuss the capital of Israel because it kind of would put me, quote unquote me, in a bad light. So potentially that could be interesting ways. The Secretary General shall bring to the attention of all representatives on the Security Council all communications from states, organs of the United Nations, all this. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Every provisional agenda for each meeting of the Security Council shall be drawn. Okay, that sounds like that the agenda is already set before we. Well, no, that's just the provisional agenda. Okay, the first item of the procedure. Okay, and then we actually vote on the agenda. Any item of the agenda please at the meeting shall. Okay, that's interesting, but I would assume that we will not vote on the agenda then, if the agenda is prepared by the president. Or not the president, the secretary, I'm sorry. The secretary in this case is also played by a group of students, whereas normally it would be fulfilled by one of the countries on the council, but that would be obviously kind of bad for the participants who would have who would kind of be oh my gosh. Wait a second. If it's important, I'm going to answer. If not, I have no idea who that could have been. It was an unknown number, and it was. Wait. It was an unknown number, and it wasn't saved in the phone. So, if it was for me, then like, call my phone. If it wasn't, I don't even know whether I don't even know the area code, but I just googled it. It may be um, someone my mother knows, because it was the area code from, if I got it right, from a city where she used to live, and also where my godfather is from. So maybe someone I don't know, from the parish there where she went, or whatever, or a former colleague. But I don't know. I don't know the number. It's not my godfather, because his number is, or his family's, because it's obviously landline. It's not his personal phone. Is saved in our phone, and also I think most of her friends who live there are still are also saved by name. So I'm not too sure. Um, I have no idea. Um, where was I? So as I said, I'm not too sure whether there will actually be any voting on it. Ooh, gosh, where was I? Languages. Oh, that might be interesting. Maybe we will skip to conduct of business. The president. Wait a second. Oh gosh, I'm stupid. Probably should just have gone through this, because representation, I'm not sure whether multiple P's by an accredited representative. The credentials of. Okay, that's not really animal. It doesn't really say how many people can represent a country, or. Oh no, it says by an accredited representative, which can be, which could mean both things, but I don't know how it's going to be handled. The presidency of the okay, that's something that isn't really to our concern, is it? Secretary is also not to our concern. The conduct of business, that's. And another firework rocket, from the sound of it, went off. Which, as I mentioned earlier, is against federal law. Not that I would particularly care. Unless, of course, and a quick rant, kind of annoying that, like, okay, on New Year's night, so to speak, so in New Year's night, if you know what I mean, so the night from New Year's Eve to New Year's Day, that's obviously a free for all. Then you can basically use as much fireworks, or as many fireworks as you would like to. And legally speaking, you can do so from basically zero, from midnight on New Year's Eve. So basically the first second, it's the 31st. You can start and you can stop on New Year's Day at 11:59 p.m. and 59 seconds. So basically you have 84 hours where you can do it legally, but especially in the night from New Year's Eve to New Year's Day, no one's gonna complain if you use fireworks. But do you really have to? Like, from what was it? The night from I don't know, the 28th to 29th or whatever, or 29 to 30th, you don't really have to use it in the middle of the night. Like, I mean, like, literally, I don't know, midnight and later, right? But I'm not here to rant, I'm here to do whatever. The following motions shall have precedence in all. Okay, that... I mean, that's kind of technicalities. That's something that we can take a look at a later point, right? It shall not be necessary for any motion to be proposed to be seconded. Okay. If two amendments are proposed, the President shall rule on the order. Okay, that's not really... I think especially these procedural rules are kind of most important for the one who actually plays the secretary, because he's the one who just tells us what to do, right? And we just have to follow for the most part. Obviously exceptions prove the rule. Voting, I don't care. Do we have to speak these languages? I mean, literally. So, could you not speak German, for example? Whoever would want to do such a thing. Not me, obviously, haha, because I'm so based and. But I just noticed that apparently, so I represent the United States, and American is not even a language that's allowed to be spoken. And why is Spanish on there? Like, Spain is not even a permanent member, nor is any Spanish-speaking country, if I'm not mistaken. No single Spanish-speaking country. And Arabic also. Why is Arabic on there and not Latin? Like, we should, honestly, I think for the real lab we should just speak Latin, and not that my Latin is appropriate for that, or at an appropriate level, to be more precise. And that's also some weird thing that when I was young back in the day, and I heard that I can learn Latin in school at a later date. So I was like in elementary school, and I was like, oh, you can learn Latin, like it's gonna be like learning whatever French, and then I can start talking in Latin. But obviously that's not what modern Latin instruction looks like, at least in most schools or in most jurisdictions, I assume. It's basically just that you learn to translate it, and even that oftentimes with a dictionary. It's not like that you learn like Salvete spectatores in hoc video. It's kind of a shame. I probably should. Maybe there's even a uni course on that. That would be very based to I don't know, conversational Latin or something like that. God, I need to drink something. That would be pretty based, wouldn't it? Oh, sorry. But I'm quite curious whether they actually enforced the rule, whether someone could just turn up and start speaking French, and that would be funny. I should do that. I should. I'm not fluent in French, mais je peux parler un petit peu de la française, mais ce n'est pas très bien. Oui. Mais je crois la langue française est une langue très intéressante, oui. Peut-être un petit peu plus intéressant. I don't know. I cannot speak French, as I said, but I can still pronounce French, so I probably should just type in something in DeepL and start speaking French. That would be very, very keck, very lol, very ruffle, very LMAO, very XD. Sorry. Okay, rule. Okay, okay, that's not really publicity. That's not really too interesting for us. New members. Oh wait. Maybe the appendix still has some interesting information. Who? Nah, not really. Not really, mate. Oi. So shall we just maybe take at least a quick look on this? Not, obviously not all of it, but that we can at least get somewhat of an impression. And I probably should put on my headphones so we don't have any echo. Or should I? I don't know. Maybe I'll just put it on quietly. They call me Sonic.
Wenn eine Agentur arbeitet, der weiß, dass es
Oh no. Oh
eine
gosh.
sehr schnelllebige Branche ist.
Gosh, I hate this friggin'. I hate the friggin'. Wait a second. Can I do anything that doesn't dox me right now to get a friggin' ad blocker working, which for some reason sorry that I have had to change it for a moment, but I quickly have to had to do something, and I was kind of scared that I would click on any potential doxable information, right? Am I retarded? Yes, I am. That's a rhetorical question, isn't it? Oh gosh. Not I just updated. Oh, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. Are you kidding me? Are these people kidding me? Wait, why does it work on... They're trolling me. They are trolling me, right? You know that. They're freaking trolling me. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry, mate. What? What? I updated it. I updated it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is infuriating. Wait a freaking second. What do you mean that's not compatible? What do you mean? I literally have this freaking thing installed on another I don't know, profile here on freaking, you know. Why do the extensions not work? Do you want me to cry? Do you want me to cry myself? What did I do? I just have to Google it. I just... Oh my gosh. I'm about to die. Oh, I hate every single one of you. Copy. Oh my gosh. Not you, but... I hate it. I hate it. Wait a second. I just have to figure it out for a moment, because otherwise I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. I kinda... They hate me, they want me dead. They want me to kill myself. I'm being gang stalked by freaking Google. Sorry. This is outrageous. We're not doing anything. Oh, shut up! And now the phone is ringing. I'm going to have a mental breakdown here. Just kidding. I'm going to do unspeakable things like... No, okay, I gotta calm down before I say something that gets me banned. Like, just a bit of banter, mate. Oh, mate, just a bit of banter. Gosh darn it. I'm about to lose my freaking mind. Wait, maybe if I restart... Oh no. Oh, frick you. I hate it. You cannot even imagine how much I freaking hate this freaking browser right now. I do not know what I did wrong to deserve this. I do not know what I did wrong to deserve this. I do not know what I did wrong to freaking deserve it. And if you think that I'm going to, I don't know, progress until I have fixed this issue, let me get my psychological evaluation kit. I need to get my psychological evaluation kit. Because if you believe that, what do they mean? I'm going to do something about it. Wait a moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. Oh, I hate it. I'm so sorry, but this is triggering me. I thought I had fixed that issue beforehand. Wait a moment. Oh gosh. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. Wait a second. Settings. Extensions. I'm going to... Oh, frick. That's why you can't have anything nice on this frickin' internet. I hate Google. I hate Google. Wait a second. Apparently, certain extensions actually do not work anymore for some reason, despite me having updated the freaking thing. So they are still active in the profile where they were installed, but for some reason they weren't installed on the profile that I used. Wait a second. Import Google Chrome extensions. Wait a second. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm so sorry. Export. Doesn't turn up. Wait a second. I'm so sorry. I'll fix the whole thing in just a very, very, very small moment. I'm so confident that that's totally what I'm gonna do. Where are the freaking Google Chrome extensions saved on this computer? And I'll better not open this anywhere because I'm still paranoid about doxing myself. Does anyone know where the program files are? I have no freaking idea, and I hate this so much. Like Google, no. Maybe Chrome. Do we find it under Chrome? Under maybe here under Google. Chrome. Applications. Gosh. I have no idea how anything of this how anything works. I'm going to do something, which is wait. I have no idea. Wait. Update. Another attempt. I'm so sorry that you have to wait. Oh no, the programs are on which drive again? On S, I think. Programs, Chrome, application. No. Chrome recovery, no. Extensions. Oh gosh. Wait. Another profile. Are they called profiles? I'm not sure. Oh wait, extensions are stored. Oh, I haven't done... I'm so sorry. I haven't really done a lot of computer stuff in quite some time. So I'm kinda... So where's app data again? Where the frick is app data? I'm sorry. Where? App data. Okay, here we go. We're in app data now. Okay. Google, do we have Google here? No, we don't have Google here. Do we have local? No, Chrome? I completely forgot how. I'm so sorry, but you'll have to bear with me for a moment. Oh, here we go. User data. But which is profile 1? And which is profile 2? But I have 3 profiles. Wait, user data. I'm so sorry that you have to bear with me for a moment. Gosh. I'm so sorry. Profile 1, profile 2. Who? I have no idea. And I do not get it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my gosh. Wait. I have get... I'm sorry. I am sorry, but... That's so weird. It's so weird. Repair. Okay, that clearly doesn't work. But why does it work here but not there? I have no idea. Why is Google Chrome so broken these days? It's incredibly triggering. Hashtag triggered. Wait. Does this suddenly work again? Oh, we're so back. We are so back. We are so back. We are so back. Let's just hope that no, wait. Just a moment. Just a moment. We will be back any moment now. And we are back. So I'm very sorry for the quick interruption, and now I have to find the window again. Not the the window. Wait. Google Chrome? No. Oh, we're back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, and I forgot my tea, and it's cold now. Stone cold.
The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in Somalia.
So we're currently, so they haven't done the roll call. They're currently here at agenda setting.
The agenda is adopted.
Oh. Did they vote on it? I don't
In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Ethiopia and Somalia to participate in this meeting. It is so decided.
Oh, okay.
The Security Council will now begin consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Members of the Council have before them document S/2024/961, the text of a draft resolution submitted by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Council is ready to proceed.
So where are we currently? So agenda setting. I don't know. That's kind of.
To a vote on the draft resolution. I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements before the vote. I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. The African Union
So we're currently at the statements, I suppose.
Transition Mission in Somalia, ATMIS, has played an irreplaceable role in Somalia's security and stabilization. In service of that mission, many of its personnel and those of its predecessor, AMISOM, also paid the highest price. I would like to pay tribute today to their bravery and their sacrifice. The resolution tabled for adoption today mandates the successor mission to ATMIS, the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, ALSOM, which will build on ATMIS's achievements to strengthen stability and security in Somalia. It is the culmination of a complex negotiation, and we thank all members of the Council for their collaborative and consultative approach. Throughout negotiations...
Okay, we have...
For their statement, I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2024/961 please raise their hand? Will those in favor, representative of the United Kingdom, for their statement? I shall put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2024/961 please raise their hand? Those against? Abstentions? The result of the voting is as follows. 14 votes in favor, 0 votes against, 1 abstention. The draft resolution has been adopted as Resolution 2767 of 2024.
Okay.
I now give the floor to those members of the Council who wish to make statements after the vote. I give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3+, namely Guyana, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, and my own country, Algeria. At the outset, we wish to thank the penholder, the United Kingdom, for its extensive efforts to reach a compromise on this important draft. We welcome the presence of the permanent representatives of Somalia and Ethiopia to this meeting. Today's resolution marks an important milestone in Somalia's pathway in consolidating state building and stability. We are confident that the deployment of the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission, AUSOM, will be a clear added value in the security landscape and a crucial support for the efforts deployed by the federal government of Somalia.
Yeah.
Madam President, as expected, the issue around financing of this mission has been at the heart of the negotiations. The Agri Plus, guided by the African Union, have expressed their 19 international community. The AU.
Okay, it seems like maybe that's a I'm not gonna say it's a bad option. Maybe that's more interesting.
To the enormous amount of the Houthis' weapons. In the words of the panel of experts, there is an unprecedented scale of arms embargo violations.
Oh gosh. Maybe that's a bit better. Okay. We should start with a roll call now.
The 9,829th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. On behalf of the members of the Security Council, I should like to pay tribute to James Earl, or Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States of America, who passed away yesterday at the age of 100.
Rest in
President
peace.
Carter was a peacemaker who worked tirelessly and effectively in support of conflict mediation, the furtherance of human rights, and the strengthening of democracy. Their deepest sympathy to President Carter's family and to the government and people.
Yeah, okay.
Agenda for this meeting is.
Did they do a roll call this time? I'm not too
The
sure.
provisional agenda for this meeting is threats to international peace and security.
Okay.
The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Israel to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Mr. Khalid Kayari, Assistant Secretary General for the Middle East, Asia, and the Pacific, Departments of Political and
That's
Economic
something that
Affairs and Operations.
we obviously
And Dr.
wouldn't
Michael Knights,
have
Senior
like
Fellow at the Washington Institute.
quote unquote
It is so decided.
expert witnesses, so to speak.
The Security Council will now begin its.
I generally think that international, actual international politics, in the forms of like meetings like this, is kind of almost weird, seen from a more domestic policy perspective, if you know what I mean. So, if you basically most of the time watch like, it doesn't really matter the country that much. Like your domestic politicians on a federal, probably even state level, fight each other. Like this is so civilized in comparison, you know.
Consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Khalid Kayari.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, the Middle East is witnessing yet another dangerous escalation. The hostilities unfolding between Israel and the Houthis have taken an escalatory turn over the past weeks. The most recent round of military escalation follows a year of increasing Houthi attacks targeting Israel, as well as West.
And obviously, one thing. Wait a moment. One thing that I probably should write down, but I don't really know where. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. Gosh darn it. So I just make 2 paragraphs and write it like this. Just as a note to myself. Prepare written Opening. Oh gosh, I cannot type on this thing. And that's obviously something that I have to figure out with my group. Like, that's not something that I can just do on my own, or maybe I can, but maybe it obviously needs to be something that is approved by everyone who represents the United States. And as I mentioned earlier, we're like three people, like, yeah.
Vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden that threaten civilians' regional stability.
Because what I wanted to say that, unlike in a lot of domestic politics, where you see, obviously they also have something prepared, but it, at the very least, comes across a bit more freestyly, so to speak. They just straight up read out basically something. Yeah, it's a written or a written and then read out statement, you know.
Madam President, since 13th of December, the Houthis have claimed at least 11 attacks targeting Israel, using ballistic missiles and uncrewed aerial vehicles. On 19th of December, Israel conducted airstrikes that targeted energy and port infrastructure in the Houthi-controlled ports of Hodeidah,
I'm sorry.
Salif, and Ras Isa, as well as Sana'a.
Who?
Israeli Defense Forces claimed it
Oy.
was hitting military targets. 9 civilians were reportedly killed, and considerable damage occurred to the Red Sea ports that had reduced their capacity. Israel also struck 2 power stations in Sanhan and Al-Wahda, districts of Sana'a, causing temporary port disruptions in Sana'a and Hodeidah. While many missiles and other projectiles fired by the Houthis from Yemen have been intercepted, on 20 December, a Houthi-fired missile warhead damaged an elementary school in Ramat Gan in central Israel. On 21st of December, another missile landed.
As I said earlier, we probably should skip this part because, as I said, we don't really have such an expert. Not expert, so a non-country speaker, right?
These maritime attacks. There have also been unconfirmed reports of airstrikes on 27, 28, and 29 December in different parts of Yemen. We reiterate that attacks originated at security escalation of the region.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to brief you today. I'm Dr. Michael Knights, the Gillen J. Bernstein Senior Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy.
Okay.
I'm a scholar of conflicts in Yemen and recently completed the first 2 books of a 3-volume history of the post-2015 Yemen war. My organisation, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, has undertaken some of the most detailed investigative work into the threat posed by the Houthi movement, also known as Ansar Allah. Working with a range of Yemeni and international co-authors, our fieldwork Near East Policy,
Okay.
I wish to thank the Council and its members for this opportunity to brief.
Now let's get back to business.
Thank Dr. Knights for his briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United States.
Okay.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary General Khiari and Dr. Knights, for your informative briefings. The United States condemns
Now that's the interesting part for me.
the Houthis' latest attacks on Israel and supports Israel's right to self-defense. The Houthis launched an intense wave of attacks against Israel in December with no regard for civilian lives. One attack reportedly injured more than a dozen people on a playground in Tel Aviv. In view of the Houthis' continued attacks, the United States reiterates our call for this council to consider additional actions to respond to the growing threats from the Houthis and to hold Iran to account. We can all see clearly that the Houthis are fully enabled by Iran to launch long-range and deadly attacks on Israel, including civilian infrastructure, as evidenced by the Houthis' propaganda boasting about the use of advanced hypersonic missiles. Iran's provision of these and other lethal weapons to the Houthis violates the arms embargo imposed on the group by this
Okay.
council. It is the responsibility of this council to respond to Iran's flagrant violations of its resolutions and arming of terrorist groups. Every member of this council, and especially those with direct channels to Iran, should press Iran's leaders to stop the Houthis from launching attacks that put civilians in harm's way. We reiterate our call for this council to take steps to strengthen the UN verification and inspection mechanism. UNVEN is a key means in ensuring arms and related material are not illicitly smuggled by Iran and other malign actors to the Houthis. For its part, the United States will not hesitate to protect its own personnel, regional partners, and international shipping. On December 16th, U.S. forces conducted a precision airstrike against a key command and control facility operated by Iran-backed Houthis within Houthi-controlled territory in Sana'a. The facility was a hub for coordinating Houthi operations, including attacks against U.S. Navy warships and merchant vessels in the southern Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. And during an operation on December 21st, U.S. forces shot down multiple Houthi one-way attacks.
And by the way, that's something that's going to be different at our simulation. It's that we have a dedicated president, that we don't have one of the countries representing the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to do this. Or we don't have to do this.
Attack uncrewed aerial vehicles and an anti-ship cruise missile over the Red Sea. These actions were consistent with international law and were an exercise of the United States' inherent right to self-defense. They do not constitute a shift in our approach to other conflicts. It is also critical that Israeli military operations, especially in densely populated areas, be coordinated and conducted in a way that do not threaten the lives of civilians or civilian infrastructure. We are thankful to WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus and his team are safe after an Israeli strike on Thursday hit part of the Sana'a airport near where they were located. Dr. Tedros traveled to Yemen on behalf of the UN for work that we all believe is critical. We support the work that the UN and humanitarian are doing. stabilizing moment in the region. It has demanded the Houthi request for an additional 6 months to ensure the Council has accurate and timely information. We believe this reporting should also include information about the origin of ballistic missiles and advanced drones being used in the increasingly sophisticated of China.
China.
中方对美国前总统卡特逝世表示深切的哀悼。
Oh, do you
卡
have?
特前总统是中美建交的推动者和
gosh.
策者，长期以来为促进中美关系发展和两国友好交流合作做出重要贡献。
Oh no, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. I don't speak Chinese, mate.
我感谢
I don't. Could you please speak American? So let's.
表示告别，诚意一道，祝也值得。
Representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to thank Assistant Secretary General.
Now
Fayyad
that's
Al-Samadi
that
for the
that's a
activities.
that's a
Syria
language I
condemns
understand.
escalation taking place in the Middle East, injecting a new wave of fear across the region. A series of Houthi attacks responded by a series of Israeli retaliations caused casualties and severe damage to civilian infrastructure. We were especially concerned over airstrikes on Red Sea ports and Sana'a airport. Such actions pose grave risk to humanitarian operations. These attacks demonstrate the level of disrespect for international law and international humanitarian law in recent Middle East conflicts, when no one is safe, not even the highest representatives of the UN system. The rules that were built over decades to govern order in the international community should not be dismissed with such unbearable lightness of irresponsibility. We underline that international law, including international humanitarian law, must be respected. All attacks on civilian population centers, infrastructure, and objects are prohibited. We call for respect and protection of humanitarian personnel. Let us be clear. Expressing solidarity with Palestinians in their quest for peace cannot be pursued through ballistic missiles and drones. Such actions desecrate Palestinian suffering in the occupied Palestinian territory. Equally, ensuring security to your own nation cannot be achieved at the cost of suffering of other nations' civilians, many of them already experiencing years of dire humanitarian situation. Such sense of security is fragile and short-lived. Madam President, I want to address the regional dynamics. As the region is navigating through confrontations and escalations, we continue to urge full restraint in action and in words. Every single actor must play its role in that regard, those actively involved and those supporting different players. The latter's responsibility has significantly increased, given that the hands of the Security Council are being tied. We call for de-escalation and contribution to the stabilization. This is not through tit for tat, which is not in anyone's interest and does not serve anyone's security. What is in everyone's interest is a joint pursuit of peace. In this season marked by compassion and reflection, we once again underscore the imperative of an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza, as well as reaching a negotiated political solution to the conflict in Yemen. Finally, as this seems to be the last regular meeting of the Security Council for this year, I would like to thank you, Madam President, and the United States for your able leadership during the month of December. I would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the outgoing members of the Council, Ecuador, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, and Switzerland, for their effective and constructive cooperation in ensuring international peace and security. At the same time, we welcome the incoming members, Denmark, Greece, Pakistan, Panama, and Somalia, and we look forward to working with them. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their remarks, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and I'd like to start by thanking ASG Chiari and Dr. Knights for their briefings today. President, the UK is deeply alarmed by the Houthis' continued missile and UAV attacks against Israel.
Yes.
And their ongoing targeting of international shipping in the...
Okay, I think we can skip the statements. I would hope to see maybe a bit of voting.
Ecuador, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, and Switzerland in maintaining international peace and security during their past 2-year term as member of the Security Council. I also thank ASG Khalid Kerry and Mr. Michael Knights for their insightful briefing and welcome the permanent representative of Israel to today's discussion. While 2024 was a disheartening year marked by heavy casualties in the Middle East, the recent developments in the region gave us a glimmer of hope that 2025 might bring change. Yet once again, we find ourselves gravely concerned as we witness the potential escalation of another conflict in Yemen. It is regrettable that the Houthis continuously exploit regional uncertainty while the Middle East stands at a critical juncture. Their attacks in the Red Sea and beyond disrupt global supply chains,
Switzerland,
and ultimately endanger Yemeni lives. These
The floor to the representative of
who contributed tirelessly towards international peace and security.
Who's that now?
And tried to make the world a better place.
Malta.
Malta also thanks ASG.
So maybe can we find something where they like vote? Maybe that's interesting. Gosh, not now. Where was I? Oh yeah. I just want to see how the voting actually.
Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2024/254 please raise their hand?
So they just.
Those against? Abstention. The result of the voting is as follows. 14 votes in favor, 0 vote against, 1 abstention.
Okay.
The draft resolution has been adopted as Resolution 2728, 2024.
I mean, the whole procedural thing doesn't really look too difficult. Let's maybe recapitulate it a bit, and maybe if I can think of anything that we may have missed, then I can still add it. Like, okay, it's gonna start like this. Like, there's going to be, oh, maybe not, I don't know. It says so in my Word document, but I did not really see it in my in the videos. But it's going. Let's say we follow the Word document that I had. That basically they whoever leads the session is going to say, okay, everyone present, United States, United Kingdom, France, People's Republic of China, Russian Federation, and the United Kingdom. Or did I? Doesn't matter. And then and then the non-permanent members like Denmark, the rest I forgot, skull emoji. Then the agenda, we already saw it, and it also said so, at least to a certain extent here in the procedural rules, that the agenda setting, it seems like there's already a provisional agenda, and given the fact that we actually have previously voted on what topics shall be discussed, I will also assume that in this case it's also going to be mostly pro forma. So basically there will be, the agenda is the situation in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. Next point. Then speaker list and speaking time. What did I say? That also needs a simple majority. But I don't even know. I didn't really see them voting on this. It also seems like something that will be prepared in advance. And if it's not, then I guess it's not too important. And in general, I think our simulation is going to be a bit different, because I think a decent amount of the simulation will be because a whole bunch of things in real life seem to be prepared in advance. But for example, things like resolutions, like if I read the Word document here of our simulation, it seems like I don't know, we probably should. It says here the goal of every group is it to get 1 or 2 resolution passed, and we should basically maximize our position. And by the way, that's the point of the next section, so to speak, of the stream. But yeah, where was I? Oh, I forgot. But then the formal debate. For that, I would say obviously prepare a pre-written statement like, I don't know, that's something that if I do it at all in the stream, that must come after the next point on the agenda. Gosh. But basically, yeah, we, the United States, we want, I don't know, what do we want? We want to have fun because we are based and Ameripilled. Good. That's basically what the United States are going to say, I think. But as I said earlier, it's very much still subject to the actual position of the United States. And I hate it so much. It's like 5 p.m. and I'm already getting tired. It is Jova. It is absolutely Jova. So then, we should probably also propose our own resolutions, I suppose. Not that we should propose our own resolution. We should probably also already prepare a resolution or two resolutions. Yeah. Because, I mean, it says here a debate and discussion and whatnot, but if you actually watch the footage of the United States, of the United Nations Security Council, it kind of does not really give you much of a debate vibe. It's more like people individually, or countries, and the representatives, obviously the countries can't read, but the representatives of the countries reading their country's position in a written down from a prepared piece of paper, right? It's not really too debatey. So maybe it would be interesting to actually see, do they actually debate really? And another piece of firework going off. Do they actually hold proper debates? And where would I even find it? Like maybe this is rather short.
Doy ahora la palabra a
yeah,
los miembros
speak
del
American,
Consejo de
mate.
Seguridad. Doy la palabra al representante de los Estados Unidos.
Stop speaking Mexican. Utter woke nonsense.
Good morning. I am pleased to be back here with you today. I would like to update you on the Trump administration's peace efforts. I know that this institution has shown a deep interest in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I also know that many of you are frustrated by the fact that we have not yet shared the details of the vision we have crafted. We understand that. We hope that when the right time does come, that frustration will dissipate, as will the frustration that we all have about the lack of any progress toward resolution of this conflict and the lack of progress to improve lives and the security challenges that plague Israel and much of the region.
Mm-hmm.
We hope that frustration will be replaced by a mutual understanding that our vision provides a unique opportunity to help the two parties and their neighbors achieve what has been elusive for too long, a comprehensive peace agreement. We know that the Palestinians have seen promises made by some and not kept, but President Trump and his administration desire to make the lives of everyone involved better. That means Palestinians in Gaza, Jerusalem, and what many call the West Bank, and that means Israelis in Tel Aviv,
What many call the West... How else would you call it? What else would you call it? It's a good question.
Jerusalem, and what many call Judea and Samaria. I want to express my gratitude to the Kingdom of Bahrain for graciously co-hosting the very successful Peace to Prosperity workshop with us last month. In Manama, more than 300 government...
That was a certified pause any moment, like the West Bank. What else? What many call the West Bank. What else would you call it? And then what many others call Judea and Samaria, or what?
Private sector and civil society leaders came together to demonstrate international commitment to improve the lives of the Palestinians. Government leaders, CEOs, and economists at the workshop agreed that the economic vision is detailed and ambitious, but achievable and potentially transformative with the right environment created by an agreed-upon peace agreement and proper governance structures. Our economic vision, which has now been downloaded from the internet over 1 million times, contains a detailed portfolio of projects and capacity-building programs that have the potential consensus about who is...
So, will there be a response or something? Or is it just the United States guy? Oh, that's lame. Oh no, oh sorry, it's the United States mission maybe we just have to didn't we just have an open debate somewhere? Because what I want to see is whether there actually ever is a real... Obviously, it's not like a debate in a national parliament where, especially, for example, if you take a look in the British parliament where people like, whoa, 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 screaming in the background, and then Mr. Speaker says, order, order, the right honourable member for whatever, you know. It's obviously not like that. We already noticed that. Obviously, the whole the general behavior is obviously a bit more civilized in this international context. But what my focus is kind of, because all the statements and whatnot we just watched in I don't know, the last 3 videos or so, they were obviously prepared statements, or clearly prepared statements written down, which is obviously fine and understandable. But what I mean by a proper debate is not like, as I said earlier, like very combative or something. But what I mean is, if I make a statement, that's something that I can write down. But if I have to reply to a statement, that's obviously something that I must have prepared in advance, in the sense that I need to know what I want to say, but I do not necessarily it's a bit more freestyle, if you know what I mean. Maybe open debate. Where was the freaking open debate? I forgot. Didn't we just have, or was it just that video? Open debate. Open debate. Maybe we'll look at this first.
In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, invite the representatives of Australia, Austria, Albania, Andorra, Bahrain, Belgium, Bulgaria, Hungary, Haiti, Germany, Greece, Denmark, the Dominican Republic, Ireland, Spain, Italy, Canada, Cyprus, Costa Rica, Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Monaco, the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Portugal, the Republic of Moldova, Romania, San Marino.
Wait a minute, maybe we find something about open debates on the UN Security Council. Consultation room. We don't really have anything on open debates or whatnot. We don't really have anything on that. So I guess we'll have to continue to do our research. Yeah, okay.
Regarding a specific delisting request will also be provided to the petitioner. This resolution is the result of months of negotiations and discussions and a clear signal of this Council's commitment towards due process.
Its commitment to values such as transparency and fairness in UN sanctions processes.
Okay, we're still at the point of reading prepared statements. But what I want to find out is whether any of them actually, quote unquote, on the fly respond to previous statements by other countries. That's basically what I'm interested in. I mean, I know that it can happen, but is that something that regularly happens? Because they all just reference, for example, the proposed resolution. So let's maybe skip like half an hour in, and to see whether we will have any doubling, so to speak. Norway, Bangladesh, Spain, Portugal, Cuba. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. German Southwest Africa. President Tunisia. Colombia. I can't read it from here. Uganda. Do you know the way? He doesn't know the way. Mauritania. It kind of seems like maybe if we actually get the 5-hour one.
Debate similar.
Okay. State of Palestine. Israel. State of Palestine. Okay, that could be interesting to actually see somewhat of a back and forth, because if there are two actors of whom I could expect that they actually properly debate each other, it would be the state of Israel and the state of Palestine.
Ready to support the efforts of several countries to encourage de-escalation and to work towards a diplomatic solution. Mr. President, regional de-escalation efforts must also ensure the safety of navigation on the Red Sea, merchant and commercial confrontation.
Yes.
Mr. President, lastly.
Yes.
Peace and prosperity.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ziad Abu Ammar, Special Representative of the President of the Observer State of Palestine.
السيد الرئيس معالي الأمين العام
Your Excellency,
السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش أصحاب المعالي والسعادة
Your
الوفود
Excellencies,
الموقرة.
ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
يشرفني أن أنضم
It is
إليكم
my
اليوم
honor to join you
في هذا
today
الاجتماع الهام
in this important
وأود أن أتقدم
meeting.
بالشكر الجزيل
I would
لكم
especially
سيد
thank you,
الرئيس
Mr. President,
على عقدكم
for
وترأسكم
holding.
هذا الاجتماع
Oh gosh. Did you hear that? That sounds like it was right in front of my friggin' property. Obviously not my property, but you know what I mean. Wait a second. I just have to take a look out of the window. Like someone is setting off fireworks. Oh yes. Did you hear it? I cannot see who was that, but it was someone. Oh, should I buy more rockets? I kind of need to go to Aldi tomorrow to just see whether they, to see what's left there in the fireworks department. Maybe even the stuff they didn't sell will be put onto sale. That would be very based. Okay. I think they stopped. But that firework rocket went off like I don't know, 10 meters in front of my house.
Over this ministerial meeting.
It's also interesting that I mean you probably it seems to be stereo because I only put on my my right headphone, and it's basically
also like to express
it's only in English, and I just very quietly hear on the left the original version.
Palestine to the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Arabic. How's the language called again? Arabic? How is the language Arabs called? Arabs told... I cannot speak. What is the Arabic? It sounds so weird, but it's right. Arabic? Arabs speak Arabic. It sounds so weird. It kind of sounds weird. I don't know.
For his wise leadership of this organization, especially given the catastrophe that is currently happening in the Gaza Strip. I would also like to thank Algeria for placing the Palestinian cause as a priority on the agenda of the Security Council, including the membership of the State of Palestine in the United Nations. We would also like to express our thanks and gratitude to the countries that recognize the State of Palestine and the peoples of the world that believe in our right to self-determination. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the right of the Palestinian people has started over a century ago. That was the catastrophe.
Okay, yeah.
And the people, which is
Palestinian and Israelis and
But Truth Nuke here, as I said, we are not going to get into the actual substance yet, but I just had to think how it's kind of weird that Palestine isn't even a full member of the United Nations yet. That's kind of weird, isn't it? And I don't even know why, is it?
and the prospects.
I would assume that it's being blocked by the United States on behalf of the state of Israel, but or maybe due to the lack of proper state structures within Palestine, maybe that. But that isn't really that isn't really a requirement. Like, I don't know.
For peace in the Middle East in general. Publicly and blatantly, especially following the destructive war against the Gaza Strip and after the reoccupation of the Gaza Strip by Israel. In this regard, the state of Palestine would like to express its thanks to all the countries that recognize the organization.
Yes, let's
continue to terrorize our people in different cities, villages, and history has started along the lines of military and dignity.
To bring our hostages, zero. This council issued against held in Gaza. President.
Statement.
Okay.
But I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
So now that could be combative because I think I saw that Palestine gets to respond. No, not really. But maybe let's skip through the whole thing a bit.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished ministers, colleagues, Secretary General. How many times has this council met to discuss ways to advance the release of our hostages held in Gaza? How many times? Not even once.
I mean, what's the council supposed to do?
How many condemnations has this council issued against Hamas or for their heinous October 7th massacre? Zero. Yet rather than condemning Hamas's atrocities or taking real action, to bring our hostages home, this council will be voting upon a resolution to recommend granting the Palestinian Authority full membership status.
See, that's obviously combative in tone, and maybe let's see whether he is actually going to mention anything, is actually going to reference anything directly. His not predecessor, you know what I mean, the guy before him said, but it's still basically reading out a statement. I'm always inclined to say a pre-prepared statement, but then I realize that obviously there's already a pre and preparation. The implication of a preparation, just because some people are ill-prepared and do it on the spot. Generally speaking, the word the word always implies that it has been done in advance, pre.
A Palestinian state. How detached from reality can this council be to dedicate its time and resources to support a resolution so disconnected to the reality on the ground? To a resolution that will have zero positive impact for any party, that will cause only destruction for years to come and harm any chance for future dialogue.
How?
Colleagues, 6 months after October 7th, the most brutal massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, this council...
Okay, yeah. See, it's quite combative, but...
Supporters and perpetrators of these atrocities with statehood. The child-murdering Hamas rapists are watching this meeting and they are smiling. There is no bigger prize for terror than today's meeting.
Okay.
Let me remind everyone. The basic.
Okay, I'm not going. Sorry, I'm not going to comment on anything of any substantive thing.
Requirement for admission to the UN are A, permanent population, B, defined territory, C, government, and D, capacity to enter relations with other states. But above anything else, a very important principle stated in Article 4 of the UN Charter is, and I quote, membership in the United Nations is open to all peace-loving states. Peace-loving. What a joke. Does anyone doubt that the Palestinians failed to meet these criteria? Did anyone hear any Palestinian leader even condemn the massacre of our children? The Palestinian Authority has absolutely no control over Gaza. You all know it. Everyone knows it. But even in Judea and Samaria, entire neighborhoods and cities are ruled...
They really have kind of annexed it in their mind, because... I mean, I earlier said, okay, which many call the West Bank. Is this really official Israeli parlance to say Judea and Samaria? I don't know. Apparently,
by other terrorist gangs, Lion Den, others, and the Palestinian Authority. Ironically,
I hope he gets to respond, because that's what I want to see. Whether there's any direct confrontation, or they're basically just subtweeting each other, but in real life.
So who is the council voting to recognize today and give full membership status to? Hamas in Gaza, Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Nablus? Who's going to be in charge?
They're actually recognizing me because I have created the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and I have now created a Crusader state, and I'm now the representative of Palestine or something like that. I don't know. Just kidding.
This in itself is grounds enough to reject this sick reward for Palestinian terror. The Palestinian Authority is the opposite of a peace-loving entity. The Palestinian Authority not only have not condemned the October 7th massacre, they are also paying monthly salaries to all the terrorists that took part in it, rewarding the rapists. This is a genocide-loving entity that doesn't deserve any status here. But sadly, to some of the members here, the Palestinians' inability to meet the criteria simply doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because to some of you, Palestinian statehood has nothing to do with the UN Charter or legal criteria. All it has to do with is politics and interests. The UN Charter is important to them only when it can be used against Israel. The report from the Council's Commission on the Admission of New Members even states it black on white. Let me quote from Clause 3 of the report, your report. And I quote, several members expressed the view that the admission of the state of Palestine membership in the United Nations...
He's kind of mad. Like, obviously, if you're an involved party, and obviously we don't have those, other than Russia...
was a political matter rather than a national law establishment of almost impossible. As long as the Palestinians feel that they can exploit this politicized body to their benefit, why would they bother...
Wait a moment. No. Not now. Sorry.
Table or support any. Now they know that their rejectionism pays off. Not more politicization. And today the mask has finally fallen. The council. How can you support a resolution that is so destructive and immoral at the night with the law 18, 2024, exactly 41 years later, Hezbollah? The Ayatollah regime's foreign minister for the terrorists. Whitewash the precedent of detection in human rights and international law. The tyrant week. The foreign minister of a genocidal regime will speak here today as his country hurls towards nuclear weapons. Has this council taken any action to prevent this? No, nothing. Instead, we have gathered today to discuss the situation in Gaza. Has it occurred to any of you that the terror minister Abdulyan is here to
okay.
Make sure that you focus on Gaza as opposed to his own regime's crimes? Sadly, it's here on this council preaching about peace and the defense of this meeting and the vote to force the establishment of a Palestinian Nazi state will be remembered as a meeting where the world burned. But all that concerned the Security Council was helping terrorists in Gaza survive. A meeting where a terror entity could be given full membership status. This is how far the UN has fallen. And this is why
the UN has fallen. Millions must cry.
Current format has no future.
Billions
I
even.
truly pray for brighter days, for a time where the UN can successfully combat the forces of darkness, not welcome them and be influenced by them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, now
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement.
Now Algeria.
I shall now make a statement in my national capacity. I thank the Secretary General for his presence here today and for his stark and sobering brief. The Middle East is experiencing one of the bleakest and most volatile periods in modern history.
Yes.
As underlined by the Secretary General last Sunday,
okay,
the Middle East is
now he is speaking as the Maltese representative, right?
Brink of a full-scale
conflict.
I think
that's what he
one
said.
Which we need to collectively avoid by calling on all parties to show restraint. These latest events continue the downward spiral witnessed in the 6 months since the heinous terror attacks of Hamas on the 7th of October and the beginning of military action by Israel in Gaza. It provides further proof of the importance of an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the need to rebuild a political horizon in the Middle East. It is deeply worrying and completely unacceptable that this Council's demand for a ceasefire in accordance with Resolution 2728 has been disregarded by the parties. We wish to reiterate that under Article 25 of the Charter, the members of the United Nations agreed to accept and to carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Yes, Security Council decisions are binding. We have consistently condemned Hamas for its reprehensible...
As I said earlier, they are binding, but are they enforceable? Question mark. Very large question mark, right?
Terrorist attacks on the 7th of October, including the murder of over 1,200 Israelis, the taking of hostages, and any acts of sexual violence committed. The trauma from that dark day. Gaza, it's not only the hostages who are suffering. Over 33,700 Palestinians have been killed, most of them women and children. Thousands have been injured or maimed. Countless others remain unaccounted for, missing under the rubble of ruined neighborhoods. The prospect of a further escalation into Rafah where over 1 million displaced civilians are struggling daily to survive, is unconscionable.
Really, it's like 8 months ago. 8 months. I think afterwards. And I just remembered that the store is still open until 8. I think Aldi closes at 8. So maybe I even can still go there today if I want to. I'm not too sure. And Lidl closes at like 9 p.m.
We stress our firm rejection of any ground offensive into Rafah and any further displacement of Palestinians.
Well, that didn't
with
really...
over half of the population on the cusp of a man-made famine, coupled with a decimated health system, targeted attacks sufficient international law.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear
stabilizing force in the region and demand our continued support. The parameters of realization of this vision solution
وأرجو أن تتقبلوا من هذا الوفد أسمى عبارات الامتنان وألقاها على تنظيم جلسة النقاش هذه، وهي الجلسة التي نحسب أنها تمثل خطوة صحيحة في الاتجاه الأصح. فالحديث اليوم عن العضوية الكاملة لدولة فلسطين بمنظمة أممية يعني إعادة طرح القضية الفلسطينية على أصولها وأسسها الحقة وتسليط الضوء على جوهرها الذي لا يقبل التسويق ولبها الذي يقبل التشكيك والتحريف. وأعني بالجوهر وباللب
which cannot be
الحق
definited,
التاريخي
cannot be altered, cannot be tested. What do I mean by essence? What do I mean by substance in this way? I mean, it's an historic and legitimate right for
هذا الحق
Palestinians to
التاريخي
create an
الذي
independent
أقرته
sovereign
المجموعة
state.
الدولية
This
تحت
is a
قبة
historic
منظمتنا
right
هذه منذ
approved by the
76
international
عاما
community.
خلت،
Within this
والتزمت ببحث
organization
وتكريس
66 years
حل
ago,
عادل ودائم
the international
ونهائي
community
للقضية الفلسطينية.
is attached to
هذا الحق
consolidating this
التاريخي
as a
الذي
just,
يعتبر
black, being implemented. It's a history
الظاهرة منها
show to
مشروع
bank as well as
بعد الحرب، بل حتى
Israeli
التي
occupation
ووجهت
continuing
في المنطقة صار
on a
الغرض
number of
منها
fronts
واضحا
in our
وجليا،
region.
ألا وهو شغل
The aim
المجموعة
and to try and achieve funds, which we have all too well
وبعد
understood,
تسويق التحرك
essential
العاجل
the
لفرض
creation of on one side and extremism and
ومن 15 أن هذا لدعم المسعى بأصوات المتأملة أن موضوع العضوية الكاملة ليس غاية في حد ذاتها في حل الدولتين أمام ما يتعرض له هذا الحل المتوافق عليه دولي الذين ارتقوا ولا يزالون يرتقون شهداء في غزة كل يوم
who's up next?
Excellency Mr. Renata Spelbarczyk, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign and European.
Find ourselves at a defining moment for the crisis in the Middle East and for this Council's role in addressing it. As we are facing growing danger of a full-scale regional escalation, we
Okay,
cannot...
maybe, okay, now the statements seem to get shorter. Japan, Ruski Federație, yeah, keep yapping, Ivan. Keep yapping. Sorry. Sierra Leone, China, Ecuador, United States, Mozambique, Guyana, Korea, Jordan, Brazil, Bolivia. What does it say? Cannot read it. Biden's America, everyone. Biden's America, right?
No practical results.
Iran, Spain. So it seems like even in like a 4-hour debate, there isn't really a debate in. Sorry, it's so squeaky. It's not a direct debate. They are basically still just reading their statements. Maybe let's. Okay, I'm just going to. I know Google is not a good source. Is there ever direct debate in the UN Security Council? It doesn't really seem like it, which makes the whole thing a bit more predictable. But on the other hand, as I said earlier, it is obviously a simulation in some sense that we have to adhere to the rules of the council per se, but we do not have to. I don't think we have to one for one emulate the actual behavior within the council. So we have to play by the rule, but we don't have to do things the same way. You know what I mean? So I would assume, because we don't have a whole friggin', I don't know, State Department behind us, that there will be more things done on the spot, so to speak. And I don't know how to put it into words. Maybe it's very hard to put it into words, but how would I say? And I don't know. Ach Gott. Keywords. Obviously not. It would be weird if someone brings something up and I pull out the sheet of paper. Haha. I assumed that you would bring up this. By the way, oh, so you said, I don't know, what could be something. It's kind of hard to say. Is there anything else I forgot about the more procedural elements? Not that I could think of, right? I mean, that was relatively easy. Let's recapitulate. Let's recapitulate a bit. Okay. And it would probably also be maybe let's copy it and based responses to likely arguments. I think I'll Is there anything else procedurally or preparationally? I'm not too sure. Right. So let me maybe read and so explanation of the simulation. The simulation is about the United Nations Security Council. There will be groups for that. Okay, that's what we had. The goal of every group is it to get one or two resolutions to pass. That should be as close as possible to the political position of the represented party, so nation, but it's not party, it's not a political party. Okay. The successful passing of a resolution of the Security Council is depending of manifold factors. First and foremost, we have to work out the position of the represented state in order to achieve a far-reaching realization of the same. Okay, wait a moment. Okay. I think we have everything covered so far. That would be a great opportunity for me to take a break and to visit the bathroom, and maybe to finally drink a wee bit, and maybe even get myself a frickin' boy to eat, mate. But I'm not too sure what. I'm not really feeling like eating bread. I'm feeling like eating something unhealthy, because the New Year's resolution to obviously stop doing stuff like this doesn't apply yet. Yeah, I think this segment should be over. And once again, I'm very sorry for the brief interruption. Or not so brief interruption, because I had to figure something out with Google Chrome. But yeah, let's continue. Anyway. Oh, I accidentally jumped into the same document because I have shared the document with myself. Wait a second. Let me try something funny. Cool. Sorry. As I said, I'm probably going to go on a quick break. Kind of want to check on my grandma, because I'm not sure whether she's still, because my grandma got a visit, and I'm not sure whether she's still talking to someone, or whether it's the television. Or is she on the phone? Anyway, quick break. Like we're over 2 hours live. Okay, obviously. Yeah, approximately. We're almost 2 hours and 40 minutes live. But obviously we started like half an hour after the stream officially started, so sounds about right. So see you in a moment. And we are so back. We are so freaking back, aren't we? Oh my gosh. The Trey Gamer is in the house, isn't he? So where was I? Where was I? That's a good question, isn't it? My freaking leg is itchy and my neck is cracking. It's horrible. I'm an old man. I'm like spiritually I'm like at least 70. Despite the fact I was ID'd when I bought fireworks for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, which is kind of weird because when I bought fireworks for the first time on my own back in the day, back in the year of 2018, I wasn't ID'd despite the fact that I was like 18 for half a year, which is, I think they must have changed their protocol, and they just start IDing anyone who looks like he could be under 30 or something like this, like they do with alcohol in certain countries. For example, I remember, so obviously you can buy alcohol with 16 for beer, wine, and stuff like this, and 18 for like harder stuff like, I don't know, vodka or something like this. And I remember I used to watch football or soccer, I don't really care that much, in the stadium, like, and two of my classmates also did so. They were triplet twins, so to speak. So they were twins within a triplet. So they were identical twins, but they also had a triplet sister, so to speak. Anyway, they were on their 16th birthday in the stadium, and they were like they were really hyped. Oh, we can buy beer, and they were disappointed that no one asked for their freaking ID or something. And I also at the same time I also met someone from school in the stadium back in the day. It's a long time ago, and he just came from the freaking beer stand, holding a beer in his hand, and I was like, aren't you 15? And he was like, shh, shh, shh. So I don't really think, at least back in the day, they didn't really check it that much. And also, yeah, the alcohol laws in Germany are I'm not gonna say weird. Like, technically speaking, there is no drinking age, which is to a certain extent also true for a couple of US states, I think. There is a purchasing age, and I think, is there drinking in public age? I'm not too sure. But basically, in public, I think it's mostly about purchase and maybe public drinking, I'm not too sure. But it's 16 for beer and wine, or 14 if you're with your parents. So if you're 14 years old and you're sitting in a restaurant, I'm really triggered because some people like to pronounce French words correctly and not incorrectly, which I prefer to do. So if you're 14 years old with your parents, you could legally order, oh yeah, a pint of beer, mate. Yeah, thanks. I don't know. It's kind of weird, personally, to me, and I don't know. But as I said, basically, if you're within your house, and maybe even in public, I'm not too sure. But there's no drinking age. In private, at least. Yeah, I think, generally speaking, the cultural attitude towards alcohol in Germany is kind of unhealthy. It may be changing. I think Gen Z is generally speaking, in many countries, moving towards a more straight edge direction, I'm inclined to say. Some people say it's just because people have less friends and have less opportunities to engage in social drinking or in social drug consumption, which I guess is kind of a good thing, but I don't know. But for example, my grandma complains that every single time in some TV show or in a movie, or they're always like, oh, let's have a drink for this and for that. And my grandma doesn't really like it, and she also barely drinks. And also part of my family from my grandpa's side, I don't know how the whole thing is called, whether it's a German specific thing, but a whole bunch of his relatives were active in like some, let's say, anti-alcohol association, not like necessarily prohibition, but like still something temperance pilled. But my grandpa himself drank beer when he watched football, something like this. So, but in general, like, if I just take a look at how much and how often people drink and how normal it is, I don't know. I know that people like to make fun of the whole American system, and it's not just American. I think it's Australian too, and and Canadian probably as well, with open container laws. But to a certain extent, it kind of has more of a signaling effect that basically, the idea is that you basically have to hide alcohol because it's supposed to instill this notion that alcohol is something bad. Maybe that's a good approach, and maybe if I was made dictator or something like this, I would probably pass some kind of law against, at the very least, public intoxication, and also I would probably I would certainly put some more restrictions on public drinking in general. I don't know. It's kind of. I'm personally. I'm moderately anti-alcohol pilled. Like I kind of say it's kind of to a certain extent, obviously meant in a joking manner. I drink alcohol when it comes with the blood of Christ. Like, yeah, that's very true and based. Like, I drank last time I drank alcohol relatively recently, but that's the second exception. The first exception is Holy Communion, and last time I communed was at a it's also a couple of months ago at a Reformed Episcopal parish. Very nice. And now also, I know that's another tangent. That kind of cured my anxiety about the whole Holy Communion situation, because obviously, is it John 6? Verily, verily, I say unto you, if you don't drink the blood of the Son of God and eat his body, or the other way around, and so on. You know the verse. At least you know approximately what I'm referring to. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of scared because I'm not sure whether our Eucharist is valid. In part. Wait. Let me reconsider my thoughts. Maybe let me start from the beginning. So I called this whole thing a sacramental anxiety. It's basically like, because John 6 verse 6, I'm not too sure, about eating and drinking the body and blood of the Son of God, right? And that's something you need to do to be saved, which is also kind of debated whether it's technically only referring to Holy Communion, or whether it's also just meant in the sense of, because the word of God. I think, is there also a verse, or is that something that some saint or some reformer wrote about it, that if we read the read the Bible, that we, in some sense, also eat and drink the body and blood of Christ. I always have to think of, is it the collect for the first Sunday of Advent or the second, from the Book of Common Prayer, that I can only paraphrase it, like Almighty God, who has caused all Scripture to be written for our reading and our learning, and so on, grant that we may hear them, read them, and inwardly digest them. That you can also read this passage about eating and drinking in a more symbolic manner. But I obviously interpreted it in a more sacramental way. And I was kind of anxious about the fact that, okay, did I ever receive a valid Eucharist? Like, I had two sources of insecurity. It's that of the office question, because obviously my church, my local church, does not have the historic episcopate. So I was like, okay, and that's a position I still hold, that you need to have valid orders, generally speaking, to at the very least to be sure that your Eucharist is valid. And I was like, okay, we don't have bishops, so if it turns out that presbyters cannot ordain other presbyters, then we do not have any valid presbyters, so we don't have any valid Eucharist. I talked quite a bit about it. And then I did some digging, and I kind of satisfied this position a bit more. I'm still not completely certain that our sacraments are 100% valid, but I lean towards that presbyters can ordain other presbyters, because even the position of the Roman Church is that presbyters are not ontologically incapable of conferring holy orders. However, the Roman Church would argue that they can only, quote-unquote, unlock this capability if they have the permission of the Pope, right? Which is obviously cope, but it clearly proves that presbyters can ordain other presbyters. So that out of the way, I still was kind of freaked out about the idea of them always using grape juice, which I think should be completely abolished. Like, I think I'm very much a purist on that. I think that the only substances that should be used is plain bread made from water and flour. And maybe if it's your local tradition, if you have theological reasons to use leavened bread, then yeast, I guess. But that's the yeast of my concerns, am I right? And wine. And when I say wine, it should be the juice from it should be grape juice, but not pasteurized. It should be the juice of grapes that wasn't artificially hindered from becoming alcohol. So if you were to squeeze a bunch of grapes right before Mass and pour them into your cup, or into your chalice would maybe be more precise, that would be totally fine with me. But to use any artificially altered substance, it is kind of weird. It's kind of sus. Not. I wouldn't necessarily even make that much of an issue out of it, but it's just unnecessary, right? And at the very least, you should, if you offer such a artificially altered option, it should be one option and not the only one, because that's the thing that kind of made me a bit nervous. I was like, it's kind of. I remember when my neighbors who are papists, it's sad to say, when the daughter, who is now not my neighbor anymore because she moved to a neighboring town, I think, at the time with her boyfriend. I'm not sure what the Roman Church would say about that, am I right? But she was like, it tastes like, how do these, I don't know what the thing is called, like, in German they're basically called edible paper. It's like kind of similar, and it's a weird thing. And she was like, it tasted like this, but in other words, it tasted kind of bland at best and kind of weird and cardboardy at worst. But she was like, since it was the body of Christ, I chewed on it longer than I usually would have. Which now I forgot where I was. Then my question was kind of, can a valid mass be celebrated if only one of the necessary elements is there? So that was kind of a weird concern. It's kind of, I think that's kind of autism level theological concern. I don't think anyone really cares about this. I think I could walk into a university and walk into a lecture full of theology students, and everyone would be like, "Who cares, Ninja? Who cares?" But that was like a real concern of mine. But then again, and it's kind of weird, and someone once again set off fireworks in front of, not necessarily in front of my house, but somewhere in my proximity. It's not really. It's kind of weird because I'm kind of anti-papist pilled, but to a certain extent, I think having an authority that you disagree with to appeal to. Yeah, that space. I need to get into a more consecutive reading plan next year as well. Although I ever since I kind of got my life a bit into order again, and now I went to university almost daily. I used the bus ride to say morning prayer, where you obviously have a reading from the Old and New Testament, which is kind of great. Like, where was I? Wait a second. But I think it's kind of interesting to appeal to Rome because they are generally speaking quite strict, and my I'm almost inclined to say my cope was that if even Rome says that in theory presbyters can ordain other presbyters, I guess it got to be right because they're quite rigorous when it comes to sacraments. And if even Rome says that as long as one of the elements is present, then this element can be consecrated validly, then it gotta be like that, right? So I kind of coped myself the way, but still I always had this sense of insecurity. Like I was like, okay, what's going to happen if I die without having ever received a valid Eucharist? Am I going to be rejected at the gates of heaven? Is Saint Peter going to say, sorry mate, I think you'll have to go to hell? Like, and that also changed a bit when I reevaluated a bit of my soteriology, when I became a bit more very explicitly not capital R reformed, but a bit more monergistic, and not even like in a reformed sense, but I just, for example, St. Thomas Aquinas, for example, and all of them. So, for example, nowadays I would affirm a double predestination, but I mean, someone once said that if you're Lutheran, you basically, unless you're like very very high IQ, quote unquote, the Lutheran position on predestination is kind of weird to hold. Like, and someone says, unless you're like really a high IQ theologian, you're either going to become a crypto Calvinist or crypto Thomist, I guess, or a crypto Arminian. And I was like basically crypto Arminian, but to an unhealthy degree. You know, I was very much on the part that yes, yeah, you are elect, but kind of like it kind of also depends on your works. Not really like in some heretical works-based salvation sense, but more in a sense of, I don't know. It's kind of weird. like that your election is not really secure. It's hard to describe. But when I actually started looking into more sources on the whole issue of election, I was like, I was focusing more on God's sovereignty, and I was like, okay, when I truly believe that God elects people to salvation, right? Then it does not really matter whether I have received the Eucharist, because if I'm not elect, it doesn't matter if I received it, because I'm not going to heaven. And if I'm elect, then obviously, I think, I don't know, it's quite a probably an overused saying, like, God isn't bound by the sacraments. We can be sure that he works through the sacraments, but that doesn't mean that he cannot work outside of the sacraments. For example, baptism is a great example. The Church has always recognized that even if you are not, even if you haven't gone through the actual sacramental action of baptism, that there's still a chance of you being saved, either through some formulation that you're baptized by desire or baptized by blood. But the Church has always recognized that God is sovereign, that God ordinarily works through the sacraments, but he's not bound by them. And if you are elect and not baptized and you haven't received the Eucharist, then I would say either God is going to arrange your life story in such a way that you will attain those things, or he will save you regardless. Like, I think, I don't know who said it. Was it St. Thomas Aquinas that in theory God could just elect and regenerate someone who never heard of Christ, like on some far off isolated island, and this person could go to heaven without ever having the gospel intrinsically preached to them, and without ever having partaken in any sacrament. So that kind of gave me a bit more of security. But that was a huge tangent. But all of these things have been put aside, because now the last teeny tiny bit of insecurity has been demolished by the fact that I actually got to receive Holy Communion at a Reformed Episcopal Church, and not just at a and not just at any Reformed Episcopal Church, literally at a Reformed Episcopal Church where the celebrant was a bishop. Like, how much more secure can you make a sacrament than having it celebrated by a bishop in apostolic succession, right? And the only way that I now would have to cope my way into, or whatever the opposite of cope is, I would have to anti-cope my way into saying, oh no, I haven't received the body and blood of Christ. For that, I would literally have to either become a papist or an Eastern Orthodox, I guess, because then I could say, okay, no, his orders weren't valid. But like, literally, I think if the Roman Church were to reevaluate Anglican orders, then especially the Reformed Episcopal Church that never ordained women, especially not to the episcopate, that also has some, I think the bishop had some old Catholic, had partly an old Catholic line of succession, which is recognized by the Roman Church. Like, it's very hard to find any reason to say that those orders are invalid. So this was my last bit of anxiety removed. And what was also great, that this was basically the weekend. I was there the weekend before I had my first day back in uni, and I felt after communing for the first time in, like, I don't know, like a year maybe, I don't know, I'm not too sure. I felt so good, so positive in general, that I was in such a good mood, like, and then on the way to uni, I said morning prayer with the Daily Office app. It's not an app. It's not an app. It's a website, and I think, or I'm not sure whether I would have made it without having communed, and whatever. Because I kind of felt that's based. Weekly communion is based, and I always like to fantasize. Oh, if I were to rewrite, I hate this word, rewrite the church order of this province, I would mandate communion on every sun and holy day, other than, if you count them as holy days, other than like Holy Saturday and Good Friday is also a different question. Like, are we okay with the reserved sacrament? There are different views on this, both in Anglicanism and in Lutheranism. I don't know. I used to be, in some sense, especially what my theology concerns, I used to be a bit more, quote unquote, high church than I'm nowadays. So I know the crypto-papist allegations were a meme to a certain extent, but I remember that a couple of months ago someone was like, "Oh, Lutheranism is just papism without the Pope," and I was like, "Based? That's exactly what I want." But nowadays I obviously have more problems with papism than the Pope. Like, I was like, yeah, they basically agree with us on justifications. On justification, they don't. Oh yeah, they kind of they pray to saints, but they do it in some okay way. It's kind of sus the way they do. Oh yeah, purgatory is kind of justifiable. I still believe in purification after death, but the way, or the type of purgatory that some pop apologists of the Roman Church present to you, that's kind of that's something that I would say most reformers wouldn't really object to, especially not the Lutheran or Anglican ones. But if you actually take a look at what the Roman Church teaches, either explicitly or implicitly in their prayers, it's kind of sus. It's very weird. And also the prayers to the saints. Maybe one day I'll make a video on some of my takes. That would be kind of interesting, because especially the invocation of the saints, I think to a certain extent it can be okay. But if you actually take a look at the Roman practice, which I shall not elaborate anymore because I'm already on a tangent of a tangent of a tangent of a tangent, it's pretty bad. I'm not saying it's like idolatry. I'm not saying like going to hell for that, but it's not something that should be promoted or practiced. Where was I? Okay, papism without the Pope. Something high church. I kind of lost the plot. But yeah, and I think that's something where I really felt that Holy Communion does strengthen believers, because before that, I'm just going to say that if I hadn't gone to Mass relatively, so the weekend before my first day at uni, and if I hadn't done, maybe even if I hadn't done the morning prayer on the bus, in the bus on the way to uni, I'm not sure whether I would have made it, or whether I would have fallen back into like anxiety and like depression or whatnot, because the last couple of years were truly horrible. And if the start would have been any different, I'm not sure whether I would have made it that far. But yeah, TLDR, God is good. Yeah, and Holy Communion is based. I don't even remember. Now I remember we were talking about alcohol like half an hour ago. Okay, that's my one exception. it's Holy Communion, and the other exception is kind of like quote unquote health stuff, because on St. Stephen's Day, or Boxing Day, or the second day of Christmas, however you want to call it, we were at a Greek restaurant with so my mom, my grandma, me, and the girlfriend of my uncle, and my uncle wasn't there because he's currently in the hospital because he had some sort of, I don't know, some sort of light stroke, which is not. That's at least what they said, and basically you just get this what is it called, ouzo, this Greek, I don't even know what kind of alcohol it is. Is it a liqueur or what is it? I don't know. I have no idea. But it's really good for your stomach. And I was like, I don't know whether I want to drink it. Mom, do you want to have that? No. And she was like, you can just tell them that you don't want it, and they'll take it back. But I was like, no, that's food waste. I don't support this. And my stomach did in fact hurt, because obviously Greek food can be quite hard on your stomach, especially gyros, as the Greeks would say. So I drank it, and it actually helped my stomach, which is great. Yeah, because all this greasy food is kind of really. I purposefully did not order fries, contrary to my name, which is a shame. I know, shame on me. I ordered rice because of the calories and because of the seed oils, but it's still not really all that meat and stuff. It's quite heavy in the stomach, and that's one of my exceptions. And maybe another exception would be if I were pressured too much, because I'm probably not the most confident guy. I don't know whether I could actually say no if someone was very insistent. I wouldn't do it to such an extent that I would get drunk up. But if someone was like, oh, here is a glass of this and that, and then I would probably feel guilty and would be easily guilt tripped into drinking it, which is obviously not great. But it happened like once on the birthday of a friend of mine, because his grandma, she didn't really pressure me, but I didn't want to be I didn't want to be, I don't know, disrespectful. Or something like this. So I was like, okay. I mean, I'm a large guy and not really fat anymore. But I'm 6'3". I don't know how heavy I am, especially not in pounds. So, like, I would have to drink, even despite being an untrained person in the field of drinking. I would have to drink a relatively substantial amount to even notice something. But something that I try to avoid is to start casually drinking, because I think I have somewhat of an addictive personality, and I don't really want to be in a situation where I drink because I like drinking, because that's just a recipe for alcoholism. And especially nowadays, I'm feeling a bit better. But if, let's say, a year ago I would have started drinking, then I would probably be an alcoholic by now, because I would just use it to, I don't know, to drown my bad mood. Like, okay, gosh, I hate my life. Well, let's drink a bottle of vodka or whatever, which is something I don't really need in my life. Like I used to not even drink energy drinks, and nowadays I drink them sometimes. And I was like, no, I'm never going to drink energy drinks. And then I drank it once, and this doesn't really that doesn't really taste that great. And now, especially when I go outside, I walk past a grocery store, and I'm like, okay, they have this pretty cheap energy drink, and I want to run a bit. Then okay, yeah, 40 cents for a can of energy drink, and I just don't want this to happen in regards to alcohol, because obviously it's a great way to ruin your life. It's also just unhealthy, like, and I don't like the taste. There are a couple of energy drinks that I've come to like, especially Monster Energy Nitro, which tastes nice. So, but that's not something I can say about alcohol. And also the effect, an energy drink gives you energy, but what does alcohol do for you? Right? I don't really want to lose control over my faculties, over my frickin'. I want to be the lord of my own body, so to speak, and not delegate this to some I don't know, retarded drunk mind, you know. But that was a tangent of 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 a tangent. Oh gosh. So I probably should continue with the actual reason why I did the stream, and let's continue with the whole UN situation. I opened like 3 tabs here, but I'm not sure. Maybe I think I'll just write it all in one tab, and if I later come to the conclusion that it's better to split the whole thing up, I might just Control X and Control V the whole thing. But now I kind of have to do 2 sub-tasks, so to speak. I firstly have to think about the general attitude of the United States, or maybe I'll name it general, not necessarily attitude of the US. I'm not too sure. Oh, stop! I hate this formatting. I hate it so much. I kinda. And I have to keep in mind it must be the, or I'm lucky that in. Oh wait a moment, gosh, I just realized something. When does Donald Trump enter office? Isn't it on January 6th again? Or no, wait. No, or was January 6th just the... No, the inauguration is after January 6th. January 6th, 4 years ago, was only the certification of the votes. When is the inauguration? In February, right? How do I find it out? Maybe I just look up Presidente. Elect. Okay, January 10th. But when is the inauguration? Oh, is the inauguration? Wait, January 20th. Oh, that's great. Oh gosh. Oh, I was scared. Not that I'm scared of Donald Trump, per se. But the problem is that the UN simulation is on January 17th, which means it is before the inauguration of Trump. So I still have to basically, quote unquote, represent the Biden administration, which makes things a whole lot easier, because especially what foreign policy concerns, Donald Trump is kind of unpredictable. And even if he weren't, like, let's say this would be like one day after his inauguration, it would be hard to say what his position or what his administration's position is going to be, and what the behavior, especially the behavior, is going to be. The general attitude of the United States, I'm going to be quite tongue-in-cheeky here. It's kind of like rules-based international order, moral froggy. No. What do you mean by that? That's obviously very tongue-in-cheek, and I'm not necessarily going to dispute this. That this might be a good thing. I'm not attacking this position, but obviously the United States position is generally speaking, we have to obey the rules set by, I don't know, the United Nations, and it's also often done in a prescriptive liberalism. And when I say liberalism, I don't mean liberalism as in an ideology, for example, not in the sense of the Democratic Party is a liberal party. I also don't mean liberalism in the sense of an ideology that supports free market capitalism and individual freedom. I mean more liberalism, not even in the sense of the international relations theory of liberalism, because one thing that people often mix up is that, generally speaking, theories of international relations are I think, and also it's kind of, it would be kind of hard to really, I mean, nothing against Trump, but he's not, I'm not going to say that he talks a lot, but he's obviously, he may be a bit more unpredictable than ordinary. He's not an ordinary politician. That has its positives and its negatives, obviously, but it makes the whole thing kind of unpredictable. Like, for example, on Ukraine, there were people, and I think it's not really a secret that I'm very sympathetic to Ukraine in regards to the whole situation. And there were people who were also sympathetic to Ukraine, especially Europeans, who were like freaking out, or like, oh no, Donald Trump is going to ruin everything. First and foremost, I think it's embarrassing that the fate of a European country depends on the support of a nation that is literally an ocean away. Let me remind you that the European Union has more inhabitants than the United States, and it's not like that it's like a backwater country. It's not like, okay, India has more inhabitants than the United States, but I mean, the European Union is also home to Germany, to France, and obviously, and the UK is not a part of the European Union, but it's still a European country. It's kind of embarrassing, but I mean, people like to hate on Trump, and they were like, oh, how dare he say something like that people or that countries are supposed to I don't know, do their fair share, to actually spend the money that they have agreed to spend on defense, and not just I don't know, rest in the security provided by the United States. Like I would be mad if I was the United States, like basically. And there are fireworks going off again. Yeah, and by the way, also another thing that's kind of my personal assessment, or not even my personal assessment. It's something that many people say, that the West, especially the US, don't really have an interest in a Ukrainian victory. Like, from a Western, or at least from an American perspective, it is, this is not a conspiracy theory, it's just an objective fact. It's not completely clear whether they actually act on it, but from an American perspective, the best outcome is a long war, because obviously a Ukrainian defeat is clearly a bad thing, because we are aligned with Ukraine, but also a Russian defeat can have negative consequences, either that Russia collapses and the and the nuclear weapons fall in the hands of, I don't know, some Islamist warlords in Chechnya or something like this. And secondly, I think some American diplomat basically said that it's like the cheapest way to kill Russian soldiers. Like, we do not have to deploy a single Western soldier to Ukraine. All we need to do is to let the war drag on. Oh, that was a big one. That was a big fireworks rocket. We kind of have to let the war drag on and just let Russia basically waste its resources in Ukraine, which obviously is not really what I want. I want a Ukrainian victory. But where did I come from? Another tangent. It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah. Trump wants his walls, and also Oh yeah. What did I want to say? So people were like, "Oh, Trump is going to abandon Ukraine." I don't think so. Those people who, because many people just don't like Trump, and for that to be true, Trump has to basically be Trump has to have the opposite position of them, because Trump is bad. So Trump must hold the opposite position of everything I agree. For example, that's why some people pretend like Donald Trump is a big pro-life guy, on both sides, so to speak. On the one hand, you have people who say, okay, I like Trump, or Trump is my guy, Trump is on my team, I am pro-life, therefore Trump must be a pro-life guy number one. And on the other hand, you have liberals, or if you want to call them that, or you have people who are ideologically opposed to Trump and who are like, okay, I'm pro-abortion and I'm anti-Trump. This means Trump must be the biggest anti-abortion guy. But the thing is, if Trump really wants a quick victory, no. Trump said that I think the latest thing was that Trump said that he wasn't going to end aid to Ukraine, but what he did say that he wanted to bring about a quick peace, and obviously that only works if you actually have something to pressure both sides. Like, Ukraine is not going to surrender even if the United States withdraw their weapons, right? Or their material support. So Trump needs or the US in general needs to something to threaten Ukraine. Ooh, I just got an error. I hope the whole thing still works. I'm not too sure. Anyway, I don't know what happened. I hope the stream is still running. I just got an error message. But basically, how Trump can threaten Ukraine is relatively simple. It's like, either you do your best to achieve peace, or we will stop supporting you. That's the only thing that Trump can do, quote unquote, against Ukraine, because because obviously Trump is not going to declare war on Ukraine or something like this. And how is he going to threaten Russia? Well, he can say, Vladimir, my friend, if you don't do your very best to earnestly engage in peace negotiations, then we're going to give Ukraine whatever they want. Basically, then we're going to pump Ukraine full with weapons. And that sounds like a reasonable plan. Obviously, that is not my preferred option. My preferred option would be to just pump Ukraine full with weapons. But I can understand that this is more of a European security concern and not necessarily an American one. But if there is to be peace, then this is the only option. So now back to the actual thing. So what is the general attitude of the United States in international relations? It's kind of rule-based international order. So I don't know, the Charter of the United Nations, this resolution, that resolution, and it's often also done in a moral froggy manner. I'm sorry. And I mean, you had the height of this kind of behavior in the years of neoconservative dominance. It's basically like where the focus was more on the moral fragginess than the international order, where the attitude of the United States was basically we have the moral obligation to enforce liberal democracy on some desert country, right? Not to be too insulting, but and that's what I meant with prescriptive liberalism, not liberalism in the sense of an ideology, not even liberalism in the sense of the classic international relations theory, because that's something that many people get wrong. They mix up prescriptiveness and descriptiveness. Generally speaking, most theories of international relations are descriptive. I'm sorry. They describe, or they seek to describe, the status quo. So, for example, realism or neorealism obviously talks a whole bunch of power maximization, right? But it is done from a descriptive lens. It is basically, yes, states act in such a manner that they try to accumulate more and more power, and so on. It's obviously very, very much dumbed down. And some people act like that it's a prescriptive statement, but obviously realism does not say states want to accumulate more and more power, etc., 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 and that's based. That's not what it is. And in the same way, when I say prescriptive liberalism, what I mean is, it's not necessarily liberalism as in the international relations theory. It's more, in the sense, this harping on the rules, harping on rule-based international order. Not necessarily that they actually believe that it's a description of the is state, but more that it's the ought to be state, which you can think a lot about. I don't know. Yeah, that's basically the United States position. Although it's also kind of inconsistent. So I'm not really that sure, because especially if you look at the Middle Eastern conflict, you have a whole bunch of actual deviation from the supposed rule-based international order, like the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of the State of Israel under Trump, I think. And I think also under Trump, the recognition of the officially illegally occupied and officially Syrian Golan Heights by Israel as a part of the Israeli territory. But we are kind of getting further than I actually would like to. And I'm not too sure how I'm going to structure this. As I said earlier, the two issues of discussion are the conflict in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. I think I'll go step by step, and I'll just start with one of them. And what I kind of need to work out are, firstly, the general positions of the United States, which are so on the specific conflict, which are relatively easy, obviously the US are pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel, but also against total goyim, death in the Gaza Strip. And also a couple of the more specific positions within these broader positions should be worked out, such as I couldn't tell for sure what's the official position on, for example, the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. I would assume that the United States would be opposed to it, because otherwise I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be a full member yet. And something like the settlements, I think they are relatively skeptical of them, but I don't know to what extent. And another thing that obviously needs to be worked out are potential red lines. Like, obviously the United States have a veto power within the Security Council. So, yeah, for example, would the admission of the state of Ukraine, of the State of Palestine to the United Nations as a full member be a red line that would be vetoed by the United States? That's something that I'm not 100% sure on. So let's tell. So what are general? And I probably, at a later time, maybe off stream, I have to bring this into proper order. And a couple of things, I'm just going to write down a couple of things from my memory, and I'll obviously have to check whether they are the official US government position. I think. Where in Europe would cause the most? That's a good question. You mean by the Russians or by any? So do you mean in a geopolitical sense? So nuking what country would have the worst repercussions, in the sense of that it would trigger the largest conflict, or in the sense where in Europe you could actually destroy the most tangible physical matter? Or I would assume when it comes to the geopolitical repercussions, it probably would be France or the UK. Probably France, because France is both in the European Union and in NATO. So that would probably trigger the most severe response. Although, to be frank, I cannot imagine. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Is the World Economic Forum even that? I mean, yeah, there are a bunch of important politicians and leaders of the economy, so probably it would be kind of like the pager attacks, but instead of targeting Hezbollah, it would be targeting the West. But I mean, technically speaking, nuking Switzerland could, in some sense, be the safest option. Just kidding. because there is at least no written down obligation of any country to assist them. Maybe Liechtenstein, but they are not in NATO. They are not in the European Union. There's no contractual obligation of any country to assist them. Will they probably? It's a good question. Like, will there be people like who say, "Why die for?" I don't know. Where's the WEF? Why die for? Is it Zurich or Geneva? I'm not too sure. But nuking Germany would probably be kind of damaging, because Germany is still economically somewhat of a powerhouse, especially what the military-industrial complex concerns, like Rheinmetall, Krauss Maffei Wegmann, and so on and so on and so on. So that would be... But I mean, it doesn't really matter which country you nuke first, because as soon as you nuke a single NATO country, it's Jova. It's Jova regardless. I mean, the real threat in regards to Russia meddling in Europe would be to really test NATO by I don't know, some officer talked about this. Just they could just say, okay, we were someone shot at us, some civilian shot at us from this sparsely populated area in Lapland, in Finland. So we invade, and either we occupy it, or maybe they withdraw. And if then they don't trigger NATO Article 5, then basically the whole alliance might be cooked, because it would prove that Russia could literally invade a NATO country without any response, any military response, and at that point, why even bother? Same is true, for example, is it Estonia? Well, another scenario that some strategists have pointed out would be that Russia could invade, for example, a city like Narva, which is relatively close to the Russian border, mostly populated by Russian speakers. So they basically could. So basically, at the end of the day, NATO would stand, or the leaders of NATO would stand before the question whether they really want to go to war with Russia, potentially to nuclear war, because a quote-unquote Russian city was occupied by Russia. And at that point, NATO might be cooked. If Russia could occupy the city of a NATO member without NATO responding in any militaristic fashion, then NATO is cooked. It's gonna be Jova. And as I said, I'm just going to Jerusalem. And as I said earlier, those are things I'm going to write down. I'm just writing down from memory, and obviously I would have to fact check them. But I'm relatively sure. And I also asked the Gemini AI. I asked what kind of questions could come up, That's a good one, and that's something that I would need to research. What the position of the United States is on the settlements. I'm eating on stream. It's outrageous. I know Wikipedia is a bad source, but it's always good. Oh gosh. Is there any... Is there maybe an article United States position on the not really, no. Right? US policy, maybe. Maybe yes. Maybe let's take a look at this article first. So maybe I don't know. Maybe I should just start to settle. Gosh. Settlements. What can I say? At the very least, against the illegals. We can just omit the article. What's the official position? Ah, great. We're deeply troubled by the Israeli government's order then. What? An illegal settlement built on private Palestinian land. Can you imagine something like this happening? Wow. And I would read this as also opposition to expanding or to the foundation of more settlements. But have the United States any statement what the Sigma? I'm not completely sure on how I'm going to, how the United States position is on. Let's maybe add the illegal part. Oh, no thanks. Maybe I should just abbreviate it as new settlement. I don't know. Did Biden not himself say that they are an obstacle to the frickin' two-state solution? I'm not sure. Where was I? Oh gosh, I'm getting tired. Wait. Oh gosh. What is, but is there any official position on whether Israel should withdraw on from the illegal settlements? Jerusalem. Interesting. The status of Jerusalem is another issue. They just should make it a city-state and appoint me the Lord Protector. Just kidding. East Jerusalem. United States. Yeah. Seems like it's kind of hard to figure out, isn't it? I don't know. Should I make... It's kind of hard to figure out. Whether... it's kind of hard to say. I mean, technically speaking, yeah. United States. That could be a little. Sorry. Okay, that's a clear decision. That Jerusalem. Is real. Oh gosh, I cannot type today. Let's see. That's something, for example, I wasn't too sure about. Really, that's interesting. Did you know that? That before that they couldn't... Who? That's it. But what is the official position towards the settlements? Maybe let me shorten this down as just obstacle. that's a bit slimmer. Legality. Are based legalization. Maybe that's a good summary. But does the United States ever call on the withdrawal? Okay. So is there any... Where was I? No, I'm not gonna answer the phone. Oh gosh. That's from 2019. Do we have anything? Ah, no. Oh, we just had it. We just had it. Did it say illegal or illegitimate? Ah, illegitimate. Let's just copy and paste it. But does he also call for the withdrawal? Yeah, okay. So Does the United States... Okay. Okay. So the question is, does the United, or do the United States call for a withdrawal from the settlements? I mean, if you look at this plan, that's clearly a recognition of the settlements, right? Yeah, that's just insane, isn't it? This is just also insanely sad. Look at this. Like, why would you think that this is a good idea? This is utterly horrible. Like, if I were Palestinian and someone presented this to me, then I don't know what I would do. My gosh. Anyway. Where was I? Gosh, where was I? So, has the United States any position on, I know that Google is kind of, I don't know, do the US want Israel to its settlements? I don't know. I cannot really. Maybe the Council on Foreign Relations can tell me something. Because at the same time, so on the one hand, the American position is that the settlements are illegitimate, not necessarily illegal, but illegitimate under international law. But what kind of tangible calls to action do follow from that by the American government, right? Does the American government also demand that consequentially that Israel withdraws its settlements, which, by the way, is never going to happen. So that's obviously why the United States would never call for this, because that would essentially, if Israel even wanted to do this, that would essentially trigger a civil war. But I mean, technically it can be the official position of the United States. I just want to put the settlements in the back, bro. Maybe here. For years. Yeah, I know that they condemned them. Ill-advised, but not illegal. Okay, it seems like It seems like It seems like. So I would probably try to it's kind of hard to distill this down to. Oh my gosh, the freaking phone. I would probably still down to what's even the United States position on Israel Palestine is kind of weird. I must say it's kind of weird. Where was the Trump peace plan? Like, this is just ridiculous. What the Sigma? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, especially on the settlements. Like, first and foremost, what does illegitimate but not necessarily illegal under international law mean? Like, if something is illegitimate under a law, that's called illegal, right? It is. It also. So one position that I can probably or one position that I can probably tell for sure is probably the abandonment of illegal settlements. It's so hard. It's harder than I thought. Yeah, it's... So the Trump peace plan. Is there any other? It is so weird. It really triggers me. Like, is there any... Like, these settlements in the West Bank are such... Just objectively speaking, the settlements, they destroy the whole thing. Like, as if a two-state solution wouldn't already be weird enough by the fact that you have here a territory and then one here. But if it at least was this continuous territory, right? If this was actually all controlled by the Palestinians, but in reality, I mean, like, in reality, it kind of looks like this. Like, it's how do you? It's so bad. It's how do you want to turn this into into a freaking state? It's impossible. It's outrageous, isn't it? It kind of triggers me. It's so like, and it's also kind of disrespectful from the Israeli side, because it also makes it incredibly hard if let's say, for the sake of the argument, you're actually someone who is sympathetic to Israel, which is a legitimate position, I guess, then you also would want the settlers to have any perspective for a two-state solution, because the one-state solution is obviously unacceptable from an Israeli point of view, because it obviously would produce a Jewish minority. But so where's the friggin' a 3-state solution is also kind of interesting. I remember in school a classmate of mine who sometimes said some funny takes. One of them, no, that's for a different time. He was like, "I'm in favor of a 0-state solution. Just nuke, just nuke the whole country." But that's obviously kind of cringe because first and foremost because for obvious reasons, and secondly obviously because there's still holy sites and whatever. The 3-state solution is also something. Obviously they are against it. Okay, I kind of need to find out how this position. I only need to read this because I want to know what the frick. Yeah, I don't care. Accept all. Oh no. Oh frick. No, I'm not gonna log in for a friggin' article. I just need to find out what the United States position is in regards to these frickin' settlements. Not necessarily of the status of the settlements, but of the future of the settlements. Like how many settlers are in the West Bank? Like 500,000? I'm not too sure. Like realistically, you're not gonna get rid of them, right? Do you remember when they disengaged from the Gaza Strip? How many settlers were in the Gaza Strip? Maybe a couple of thousand. Maybe just 1,000. Maybe not even that. I'm not too sure. But a fraction of the number of settlers in the West Bank, and that was already such a pain in the butt to get them out because they didn't want to go. And now imagine at least a couple of 100,000 of settlers. I would assume over proportionally armed, to a certain extent probably also more ideological, although we obviously have to differentiate between different types of settlers. Like if you where's the map? Where's the freaking map? Let's take the highest resolution, which is gonna load forever. Especially if you magnify. Like, obviously if someone moves like here or whatever, that's probably a whole different, or obviously Eastern Jerusalem is obviously a whole different situation as if you, I don't know, have some outpost over here or just in the middle. Or obviously the illegal settlers are probably just straight up extremists to a certain extent. It's also tiresome. I mean, I'm not jealous of anyone who has to at least somehow try to find a solution to the whole situation. It's a real quagmire. Giggity. Haha, funny Family Guy reference. And here, yeah, the old settlements in Gaza. It is just right. And that's just excluding East Jerusalem. So if you actually wanted to be let's say consistent, then you would have to get rid of over 700,000 of settlers. And then the Golan Heights. Let's not act like that this is ever gonna happen. Like, look at this, look at this, look at this. Ah, gosh. And I almost forgot that they all even had settlements in the Sinai, or on the Sinai. It's a peninsula. Are peninsulas in or on? I never know this. What did I even want to look up? So what's the official? It's unworkable. So if the United States don't really have any written down official position, is then I probably just have to quote unquote make up one myself, if actually the discussion comes to that, which is quite likely. How I would vote on behalf of the United States. Oh, shut up. I would probably say would vote so I still have to reorganize the freaking thing. It's still unworkable. Maybe first and foremost those which I would vote against, and I don't know how to put it into words properly, like. And this is so weird, because whenever I use the word illegal, technically you could make the argument that all of them are illegal, but obviously in this context, illegal means illegal even under Israeli law. Like, I think that would be a totally defensible position for the United States. I think even the biggest Zio-shill in the United States government would not really get into trouble or with his own ideology or with his supporters if he said that, look, Israel, you have these settlements that are even illegal under your own freaking law, right? Then just get rid of them. I would have to look up. That's maybe something else. Is there any... is there any article on illegal settlements? The outposts. Maybe unauthorized. Oh gosh, I cannot type. Oh god. Oh no. think that sounds like a reasonable position a representative of the United States would vote for. And I kind of messed up my structure. It's kind of cringe. I think pro status quo. Right? I'll have to look that up. Is that even... It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's so hard to say. And these are just relatively, I'm not going to say minor issues, but rather on the... These are not the issues that are probably going to be focused on. The real focus is probably going to be on the war in Gaza, I would assume. So what... I think a couple of months ago the United States voted, abstained in a vote on a ceasefire, but I'm not too sure. I'm not even gonna bother with that anymore. Didn't I just have it open? I forgot. Skull emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji. Already 1 year. Crazy. What did they even do? Did they... Gosh darn, phone is going off. Okay, kind of missed that. But did they actively partake in military action? Let's quickly look for involve. Oh. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's anything on a direct US involvement. That kind of would have but what did I want to ceasefire? Does this have its own article? No, it doesn't. Ceasefire. Oh. Really? Well, wait, where was I? Oh, it's so much, and I don't even know what's going on anymore these days. You know. I'm glad I did this today and not like, I don't know, a day before I need to have it, because I don't want to improvise too much. It's gosh. Yeah. Kind of true though. Now, just kidding. I mean, it's horrible for the civilian population, like especially in such an environment as the Gaza Strip. Especially Gaza City is like a highly densely populated area, urban area, isn't it? It is so much to think about. So much to consider. Maybe ask the AI again. Okay, Gaza. What's the official position on Gaza? Are the hostages released? Didn't they? It's too much. I cannot take this anymore. And UN stuff is boring in general because like it's an utterly toothless institution. It's utterly toothless. It's gridlocky by design. It's like I'm just going to say, okay, we are the United States and we're going to veto anything and we're going to vote for an end of this session. Then I'm just going home and then gosh darn it. Did this fail? It was a proposed prisoner exchange, but what happened? Like, why didn't they do it? Okay, the United Nations Security Council. Yeah, that's what I meant. Well, the United States abstained, which is for all intents and purposes. Oh no, it's not. That's the one. Oh, Russia abstained? Yo, chat. Is this real? Wait. So what's the official American position? Ceasefire only? I would assume. I would assume that the American requirements for a ceasefire are rather strict, like very conditional on the release of the hostages, I assume. Text of the resolution. Affirming the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, calling all its relevant resolution. Yeah, we don't care. We welcomes the new ceasefire proposal announcement. Okay, but why wasn't it? It wasn't really implemented, right? What happened to that? Wait, let's quickly look at all the resolutions of the... Okay. That's kind of weird. It's weird. I don't like it. It annoys me. It bores me. Wait, what's that? What was it? 35. Right? Is there any other situation? Israel, Palestine. Oh, that's... Was that really the last one on Gaza? Seems like it. But why wasn't this implemented? Okay. Netanyahu's opposition coalition partners opposed it, and let's maybe start another subsection. I hate it when so many S or S adjacent sounds are next to each other in a word, like Massachusetts. So many different. So now I'm going to twist my tongue until I freaking die. So many S and sh sounds on Massachusetts. Like 3 different S sounds in one word. That's too much. Massachusetts. And when I just say normally, I can say it perfectly fine. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. That's not so difficult, isn't it? Is it? Because it's still kind of it's just the s and the sh, but in ma s sh chu ch s. I don't know. Massachusetts. Maybe it's the s and the ch in one word, Massachusetts. And the more often I say it, Massachusetts, at the end of the day, I cannot pronounce it at all anymore. Massachusetts. You know, I hate it. I will never visit the state of Massachusetts. I will not go to Boston. I will not go anywhere near this freaking state because Massachusetts. I hate it. I'm going to freak out. Massachusetts. I mean, why not get a proper name? Like all the other states in the regions. Maine, Rhode Island. So easy, isn't it? Vermont. Simple as. And obviously, didn't Rhode Island change its name? I mean, it used to be that Rhode Island, despite being quite the small, if not the smallest state in size, had the longest name. Rhode, the state, or was it the Commonwealth? I think it was the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations or something like that. But I think they got rid of the Providence Plantations. Rhode Island. I was recently trying to remember all Canadian provinces, and I was freaking out because I only counted 9, and then I realized that I actually remembered all the provinces, but I just lost the count. Prince Edward Island, Labrador and Newfoundland, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and I never know the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, and obviously I forgot Quebec, which is a crime, obviously, and there's probably a law against this in Quebec, and should I ever enter, have a nice meal. And thanks for watching so far. There's probably a law against it in Quebec. Like, you're not allowed to put too much English and even non-French words anywhere near your place of business. So I think they actually fined an Italian restaurant for restaurant un restaurant italien. Oui. Parce que they the names of the food items in this restaurant, they were in how do you say Italian, and in Quebec on parle français, oui. Oh, gosh darn it. Like, as if French people weren't already annoying enough, they had to cross them with Canadians. Just kidding. Nothing against Canadians at this point. Their loyalty to the crown is certainly respectable, isn't it? Where was I? By the way, all jokes aside, whether it's actually an expression of their true heartfelt loyalty towards the crown, or just a quirk of their constitutional law, it is a joke, but it is true. It is a true saying and worthy of all men to be received. Just kidding. That it's easier. The easiest way to get rid of the Canadian monarchy is to get rid of the British monarchy. Because in theory, in the United Kingdom, there's obviously no written constitution, so in theory, Parliament could pass literally everything they want to with 50% of the votes plus one. So in theory, with a simple majority, they could get rid of the king. They could get ring of the kid. Am I right? Obviously, it would still need royal consent or assent, I think it's called, which is kind of interesting. But I mean, it's nowadays it's just pro forma. So technically, 50% plus one members of parliament could get rid of the monarchy, whereas in Canada, because the monarchy enjoys the highest level of constitutional protection, I think it would. I don't remember what the quorum within the House of Commons would be, and in the Senate, but then it would need to be approved by every single province. Like, obviously, that's quite the hard task, isn't it? Oh my gosh, I'm choking. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was naming the Canadian provinces, and obviously the three territories: Northwest, Yukon, and what is it called again? Nunavut, something like this. And obviously the American states are quite easy to remember because I once learned a song about it, and then you don't forget it. You cannot forget it. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Sorry. But at least I didn't sing most of the time. Let's just say a little seal in the fire to the extent I don't know, what is the position of the United States that this shall still be adopted? I would assume so. Like in with hindsight, I think this whole situation in the Middle East, like, I mean, you can cope about it all you want, but I mean, there's no turning the clock back. But I mean, with hindsight, probably just should have said, no, you're not getting any stage down there. Like, I don't know, move to New York or something. There's enough of you already. But now you obviously also can't just tell them to get lost. It's just a horrible situation. It's just incredibly there are also General Assembly resolutions. That makes sense. But they vote against it, so it's... Uncondi. Maybe only to the extent, to the extent of resolution. What was it? Did we copy it? Oh gosh. Resolution. I have too many tabs open again. It's a shame. It's a shame. What does this mean? Is there any? Oh, right. I see. I see. I see. Why? That's another thing I have to look up. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird that the state of Palestine doesn't really have a state. What is it called officially again? Sorry. Is there a specific article for United Nations? Sorry. Okay. Why aren't they full members yet? It's kind of weird. Oh my gosh, my back is hurting. I gotta end the stream. Sorry. What the frick is going on with Palestine? It's so weird. The United Nations are kind of a whole different story, a whole mess, aren't they? Like, who voted in favor and against? The United States of America. And why? Why? I don't really get it. And as I said, I still have to bring the whole thing in order. Does the United States... Do the United States even have diplomatic relations? It doesn't seem like it. We already had it. Kind of weird. How many countries don't recognize them? Kind of weird. Sorry. Where was I? Maybe, maybe let's call this Palestinian statehood. It's or maybe Palestinian. It's kind of weird, and I know recognition. Oh my gosh. No, no recognition of Palestinian statehood. What else? So let's once again check out this resolution. Where were we? Where were we? It's such a funny word. Where were we? Let's add. So basically, what I want to express by that is that the United States obviously favors the two-state solution, but and that kind of seems to be that kind of seems to be at odds with no recognition of Palestinian statehood, right? But if I'm not completely misinterpreting the American position, it's basically that obviously, I'm speaking now as if I were the United States government. Obviously, we support Palestinian. Obviously, we support Palestinian statehood because we support the two-state solution. But as long as this two-state solution let's maybe put it like this to kind of hard. Okay, against unconditional ceasefire. No. That's another possession. Oh gosh, it's squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. And once again, I still have to look it up again. Oh, I still have to look it up again. What did I just want to look up? Please tell me. Tell me why I'm stuck as a virgin with rage. Tell me why. Do you still know this absolute banger of a Christian song? What did I want to look up? Golan Heights. Early Jewish settlements, border incidents. So United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama. Okay. Wait. Do you remember? Didn't Ron DeSantis sign a bill in Israel? Am I making stuff up? Yeah. I did not make this up. Where were we? Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna make any comments about this. But like, this looks like it was AI generated by some Groiper on Twitter. like this looks like beyond parody, doesn't it? Like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to engage in any anti-Semitic conspiracy theories here about any governments being occupied by Zionists. But look at this image. It looks like a parody. It looks like someone went to some AI thing and say, give me an image of Ron DeSantis engaging in real Zork activities. Like, look at this. It's beyond parody. Like, it's beyond parody. I'm sorry. I am sorry, not sorry. I disavow any notion of anti-Semitism. I disavow any notion of a Zionist-occupied government. I disavow. It's just too funny. Sorry. Where was I? Okay. What was it called again? Here. I kind of have to. This hate crime bill. I can. Okay. Tangent. Public nuisances bill. Very highly trustable source, by the way. Highly trustable, neutral source. If you want to get some news on like hate in general, and specifically anti-Semitism, you should most certainly check out this organization. Very much neutral and whatnot, but bill text. What's the latest version? Did it pass? I would assume so. I now kind of have. It's very tangentially. And actually, one day I'm going to upload a rant about the way laws, especially criminal laws, are written in so many common law jurisdictions. I hate them. Not them. So I know we just spoke about them, but that's not what I'm saying. Before anyone is going to imply anything here. Does it even Does it even say anything about anti-Semitism? Probably not. Yeah, I think it was just. Oh, am I looking at the wrong bill? Public nuisance bill. I would assume that such a law would probably, if if it were talking about anti-Semitism and stuff like this specifically, it would probably be unconstitutional in the United States because it would kind of implicitly deprive non-Semites of due process of law, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to say you cannot discriminate against anyone due to ethnicity or religion, then every ethnicity and religion is protected by that. Or if you just say you cannot discriminate against anyone based on ethnicity or religion XYZ. So where were we? Okay, we were. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you know, I don't have a single anti-Semitic bone in my body, mate. But this just looks like a parody. I'm sorry. And it doesn't even load. The Mossad has hacked my internet. Huh? That's weird. It is certainly something. Look at this. Look at this. No, I'm not saying this, but just look at how it looks. And oh gosh, this seems like I'm like a cowardly actual anti-Semite or something. Like, but just I'm going to shut my mouth. By the way, a whole different thing. That could be an interesting section, actually, for a stream as well, to talk a bit about something about the upcoming German election, because a certain party that is probably going to win wants to literally criminalize the denial of the so-called right to exist of the State of Israel. Whatever that means. It's ridiculous. Like, these people truly love a foreign nation more than their own, which is kind of weird. That I'm not saying anything anymore. I ain't saying nothing no more. Where was I? Now, gosh, we were at the Golan Heights. The Golan frickin' Heights, mate. Oh, gosh. Frick. Oh, gosh, I need to friggin' get some oil or something for this chair, because every single time I move a bit, it starts squeaking and whatnot. Where was I? policy slightly. You know what? I don't know. Maybe actually making a quick video about the party platforms of the not necessarily major, but of those parties that have a shot at entering parliament in the upcoming German election. Maybe it would be interesting, not necessarily in stream form. That would be probably the preferable option if. Or maybe in stream form, I don't know. Maybe I could live stream it, but at such a high quality that I can actually upload it on the main channel too. Maybe in... but obviously, having it live streamed and then... that obviously bears the potential to that I distract myself and then I either have to cut it out or I go on tangents. Maybe if I made such a video, first and foremost, I'm kind of not necessarily... Oh no, I have way more than a month for that. But it's kind of conflicting with, on the one hand, preparation for exams, like in classic written exams in Roman law, history of German penal law. There's a third one. But what was it again? Qualitative methods of social science. I don't know what it's called. And then I have at least this is kind of weird. I have at least 2 term papers that I have to do. That I have to do in this semester. One in source interpretation in ancient history, and another one in pol sci, where I actually also have an international relations topic about or to a certain extent it kind of tangentially related to international relations, or more than that. It's about generally speaking a development of a more strategic independence of Germany, especially facing the reality of a shift away from the perceived unipolar world order, as well as obviously the situation in Ukraine, the fact that the German military has reduced its capabilities quite a bit, and then why do I say at least 2 term papers? I kind of have to write at least another term paper in international relations, which is something that I can technically do. The professor said, so you have until like basically the end of this semester to turn it in, and then you're guaranteed. No, not even the end of the semester, but the end of March to turn it in, and you have a guarantee that you will get the results in within like 6 weeks or so. And if you don't do so, I still accept it until the day I become a pensioner, like some I don't know what he said, like 2041. But then you don't have any guarantee that I'll just check it whenever I have the time, and you don't have the guarantee that I do it in a certain time frame. But I kind of have to do it because the next semesters, especially the next semester, is going to be additionally taxing when it comes to exams and papers. So I kind of have to do it. And potentially I can already pre-do some a term paper for either criminal law or for state organization law, but that's really dependent on the case. I'll at the very least take a look at the case for penal law, and if it's something that's doable, I'll probably do it as well. But if not, I won't. But back to the point, the actual point, I think that would be actually a good main channel video. Just a quick overview of some of the points from the election platforms of the German political parties that have a shot entering the Bundestag. And obviously I have to pre-select, and I'll either do it in such a way that I'm not too sure. I'll probably do a mixture of both of them. That I'll take a certain set of categories, and I compare the parties at them in those categories. So, for example, I don't know, foreign affairs, or maybe more precisely, I don't know, the situation in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, the economy, debt, military spending and whatnot, in order to have a more objective comparability. But to a certain extent, maybe it doesn't do justice to the individual parties. So maybe I'll allow for a separate category where I speak about the particular focus or focuses of the parties. Like, let's say, okay, the Green parties are not really a one-issue party anymore, but let's pretend like that the Green parties were still a one-issue or a more or less one-issue environmental party. Then it would be obviously kind of weird to talk just as much about their position on environmental policies as on something that they may have a less developed opinion on, you know? So, for example, as environmental issues for the Greens, immigration for the AfD, this and that. I don't know. It could be an interesting video. What could also be interesting would actually be to kind of have an extended, either to go over the whole thing, to basically react to my own video on live stream, and to add a couple of additional comments, either my personal thoughts or maybe things that are kind of how would you say, that are kind of maybe interesting, nice to know, but not relevant enough, or due to time concerns, to be included in the official video, and to basically then make this reaction to my own video. Maybe call it then whatever the original video is called, extended edition. And that's probably something where it would be kind of nice to announce the stream early, to have actually people in chat, or maybe if they can't make it live, to maybe either to have them send in comments, or to also react to the comments underneath the video if it gets enough views. But for that I would have to get working relatively quickly, and I also have to do stuff for I'm so, it's so much stuff I gotta do. Like I came out of a time of doing not nothing, but not really that much, and now I have uni where I have where I do more courses than I actually have to do, and next semester it's gonna be worse. I already calculated that next semester I have to take like 11 different classes, And then I also have this YouTube and streaming thing that I kind of want to start again. And then I also have this church thing going, because I'm also obviously aiming there, both for my own personal education and further education or whatever, and maybe even, obviously that's not my decision. Maybe if I'm found to be qualified, I could also by next year potentially become a lay reader. I'm not sure whether that's obviously not my decision, because I'm not a bishop. And maybe, which is way more maybeier and also way more dependent on the proper church authorities. Maybe if I'm considered to be qualified, and if it were to be determined that I'm called to such a role, to holy orders, to at least maybe the permanent diaconate, or maybe, and once again, that's not really my place to decide. Maybe also consider the presbyterate, but that's very much in the future. But for example, I could very well see myself becoming a deacon. As I said, if the qualifications are given, if the as both the objective qualification in terms of education and in forms of having a proper call, both an internal one and an external one. Like I think, especially in traditions that have a higher view of the church, who are, you may say, high church, so Lutheranism, Anglicanism, but I would also argue Presbyterianism probably too, and obviously Romanism and Byzantinism, and Orientalism. It's always kind of this tendency that you kind of want to play down the internal call, because we don't want to end up like the non-denominationals and just like, I feel personally called, so I'm going to basically appoint myself a pastor and start a church. But at the same time, obviously the church's role is to confirm an inner call. Like the church does not randomly go around laying hands on people and ordaining them to holy orders. Like, these people have to have an inner call themselves. Like, and obviously that would be, I mean, I'm not nowhere close to even seriously consider pursuing holy orders. But if I were considering it, there would have to be going a whole bunch of consideration and prayer into it, you know. And especially, for example, that's why I'm more comfortable with saying, okay, I could very well imagine becoming a deacon, because I think the responsibilities of a deacon are obviously, I'm not going to say lower, they are also of a different kind, obviously, but it is a way smaller amount of pressure on your shoulders if you're quote-unquote just a deacon, or if you're also a presbyter and you have to hear confession and stuff. For confession alone, and for the expectation that you could be put in charge of a fully fledged parish, that's obviously a way higher requirement, and so on. So what else could we consider? And I'm not too sure whether we are going to make it to the Ukraine war. But on another note, let me write this down for a wee moment. Give me a wee moment, mate. Where was I? Oh my gosh. YouTube ideas. I think that actually sounds like a proper idea, and it also is not too much work, even for a scripted video. So I'm probably going to do it. And I really have to get myself a proper schedule, because it's not like I'm wasting enough of my time on things other than like hobbies, like just wasting, just scrolling Twitter. So I clearly have enough time. I just need to manage it better. I need to, especially now. I'm currently still on Christmas break, and even after that, there are like 3 weeks of uni. 3 weeks of uni left. Or that is to say, 3 weeks of actually having lectures and the like. And afterwards, the semester obviously goes to like the end of March, I think. Yes, the end of March. Until then, there are still exams. There are still papers that need to be written and stuff like this. And after that's done, wait a second, I don't even know. And after that's done, there's also, we're going to say, more than enough to do that could already be prepared for the next semester. But I kind of have to make myself a plan. And one of my resolutions for next year is going to be that I'm trying to set myself a standardized. I have to go to the bathroom any moment. Basically, that I give myself a standardized time when to go to go to bed, when to wake up, and from that time I would only deviate in an earlier direction when I, for example, have an early class. But first and foremost, because it kind of gets more order in the week, right? It gets more order in the week, and it also makes it so that I have more time in the morning, even if let's say I wake up every single day at like 6 a.m., which may be a bit early, because for that to get for this situation to allow me to get 8 hours of sleep, I would have to be asleep at 10 p.m. every single day. So maybe shoot something, nothing later than 8 o'clock. Maybe it doesn't matter. Let's say, for the sake of the argument, I wake up at 6 o'clock every single morning. Then obviously I still have to wash myself. I still have to get dressed and whatnot. But for all those things, plus I kind of lost the plot of my own thing. But for all those things, plus, even if I have done all those things, if I have to be at uni at 10, this means I would have to take the bus at 9. Then I have from 6 to almost 9. So I have almost 3 hours to not only get the stuff done that I usually have to get done, like get dressed, brush my teeth, and so on and so on and so on. Plus, I still have time to actually write something, read something, and so on. And then I can actually, if every single day I at least wake up at the same time, I can at least design a somewhat universal weekly plan. And but I think I'm going to oh gosh, especially for the next days, as long as I still have a Christmas break, which is now Wait, let me think for a moment. I mean, this is the last week. I mean, is it? Yeah, next week I have to go back, I think. Or am I retarded? I'll have to look it up in a moment. But this week I still need to do a whole bunch of things. But I certainly want to make time to also start writing the script. And sorry, I have to go to the bathroom now. Gosh. I'm back. So let's wrap this up a bit more, a bit quicker in pace. You know. Oh, I'm dumb. Because I forgot to do something and I'm dumb. And I should have done this during my break, but now we are where we are. Oh. Something just crashed again. Something crashed again. I have no idea what it was and why it was. I have no idea whether the stream is still working, whether it will recover. Okay, that's already. What did I still want to? Maybe it's important to note that they are of the opinion, which you may or may not agree with. Let's now take a look. Yeah, let's now maybe come up with 2 resolutions and then we'll move on. What are possible resolutions that the United States Who? Wait a second, something is weird. Now let's see whether the whole thing works again. It's kind of weird. I removed 2 things that I already put down there. Maybe I don't know whether there was a pause. And I added that basically the mantra of US-Israel policy is Israel has a right to defend itself. And that this is, from the US perspective, not a genocide, which you may or may not agree with. But what I wanted to do is to maybe come up with let's say 1 or 2 potential resolutions. And I'm not gonna write them out, but what should they contain? So, where's resolution 2735? maybe just of resolution, but where was we? Where was we? Why was it rejected? Why was it rejected? What would other interesting what's the American position on the 2024 Israeli invasion, not Lebanon? Not Lebanon. What did I want to look up? Not Lebanon. But it would be also interesting. I cannot. That would be also interesting. But while I'm at it, but I think there's already ceasefire in place, right? Isn't there? I don't know whether it really counts. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Reactions, international reactions. I'll just have to ask the AI. Well, that would be kind of cringe. No, not cringe per se. Maybe if we want to be I don't know. I was thinking like maybe if we want to be a bit more on the risky side of things, maybe introducing a resolution calling for the official recognition of Jerusalem as Israeli capital. But it's mostly about the conflict, and I kind of feel like that the United States is not really in the position to introduce resolutions. It's more in a, I'm not going to say defensive position, but to a certain extent maybe. Well, wait. Let me think. The United States. Where were you? Where were we? Am I? Gosh. Where were we? Where was the friggin' resolution? Am I here? Ah, here. Maybe something, maybe something, I don't know whether that's a good idea. Based, indefinitely postponed. That's what I would do if I had anything to say in government. Just kidding. U.S. Palestinian relations. Now I'm... Is that something like a lieutenant? Alright. And then I see this lieutenant first class. captain. Or is it? Oh, that's... Then that's probably... Major? I don't know. Where was I? Sorry, I assume. If that's... Or is that maybe Cap... No, Lieutenant First Class. I assume. Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel. Right? General? I don't know, maybe Field Marshal? It doesn't really matter, does it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What's even the position of America to the United States? Based and authoritarian pills? Just kidding. United States. What does the United States even say about the Gaza Strip? Would the United States put forth a proposal to turn over control over the Gaza Strip to the PA? See, maybe you think it's a pipe dream, but as I said earlier, we're here. That we should. That's a good resolution. Like a proper resolution. And I name this 0. And this. Shut up. How would we formulate this properly? How did they put it? How would we put it? Sorry for the squeaking. Let's ask Gemini. I don't know. It's like it sounds Latin, so it. No, that's nonsense. The United States recognizes Hamas as a terror organization. And secondly, if the United States itself wouldn't care, the United States are allied with Israel, which certainly does so. A reconciliation, that's not going to happen. Sounds like a nothing burger, doesn't it? Ah, gosh. What could be a good possible resolution? Maybe a resolution, something about this two-state solution. Is there already a commission? I have so many things open. Um, there gotta be a commission or something. I know that's the original commission, but this plan is obviously has long been rejected. I'm sorry. We need something two state solution related. The Trump peace plan. Oh my gosh. This is so freaking annoying. Oh my gosh. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I'm going to lose my freaking mind, mate. Lose it right now, mate. Gosh. it's too much for me. This whole situation is such a freaking headache. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Gosh. I cannot take this anymore. It is too much for me. It is too much for me. I don't know. Bruv. It is too much for me. I should probably also start thinking about an opening statement. Or general speech. But I'm not really sure yet. I'm not really sure yet how to slice it and how to dice it. Oh. It's a freaking pain in the butt. Now, I cannot take this anymore. I think I'll end the stream. And obviously, one thing that we obviously need to, one thing we certainly ought to keep in mind is first and foremost that we kind of have to defend, not defend. We actually have to introduce our actual maximum position, because the compromises can come later, or in theory could come later. And we obviously we want to go in there and say something like the return of all oh gosh, wait. It's still weird. I still don't know whether Streamlabs is working right now. But what I wanted to say is that we kind of need to go in with the maximum position, with the maximal position. Like, we cannot go in and say, please, Russia, stop, just freeze in the front line. You know what I mean. Or basically, let me rephrase it. Our position cannot be, and our, quote unquote, if I'm representing the United States, we cannot start our argument like, we think that the border should be drawn at the current front line. Now, then Russia is going to say, okay, no, we want the whole Kherson and Zaporizhzhia oblasts, and Luhansk and Donetsk, etc. We obviously should say, for example, as a resolution, that Ukraine and its international recognized borders pre-annexation of Crimea needs to be restored. And then they could probably say, okay, we want this, and then we could meet in the middle. And obviously, what additionally comes as a, not necessarily a hindrance, but as a just fact that we actually can just propose whatever we want, because literally one of the warring parties has a veto, has the power to veto. So we could actually say our resolution could be as bold as say nuke Moscow, because whether it's nuke Moscow or don't bomb Kiev, it's literally going to have the same results possible. I'm going to skip right to the resolutions. Something like this against. By the way, what countries even do recognize the frickin' Russian annexation of Crimea? Isn't that the same? Wait. Why does the frickin' Ukrainian Navy have infantry troops if they literally have a Marine Corps? That's odd. Or used to have, I don't know, maybe. Why? Why do... Or did they... What's an auxiliary? I assume. I'm going to assume they transferred their infantry troops to the Marine Corps altogether. Okay. Seems like it. What's SDF again? SDF? Oh gosh, my back is hurting. I cannot stream for much longer. Oh my gosh! Frickin' heck. Where was I? Gosh darn it. Crimean? I don't know. Where was I? I am retarded. International recognition. Political status of Crimea. Crimea River. Am I right? Interesting. So that's kind of weird that the president, who was at the time propped up by the West still, supported the annexation of Crimea. Weird. But is there any map of the current recognition? The usual suspects. They still? I would assume that they would have withdrawn their support by now. They probably have. Oh my gosh. Ow. Gosh. I need to go to bed. What's the difference? Build the wall! Build the wall! Build the wall! Build the wall! We should give him that too, and that, and that. Simply because I neither like Poland nor Russia. Is there any? What did I want to? What did I want to do again? I'm kind of tired. I think I'll have to end the stream. But on the other hand, if I go to bed early, I'm going to be awake early, and I'm going to be tired early tomorrow, and it's New Year's Eve, and that's kind of cringe because I need to set off a whole bunch of fireworks. You know how it is. You know how it is. Oh gosh. Or return 2. Oh, or return 2 off. I don't care. Oh gosh, I cannot type anymore. Oh, that's maybe a good one too. That's what I... That's what I wanted to write myself, but now it seems like only AI brought me to it, but... Targets or infrastructure? I know that's misspelled. And would it even be in the West's interest to freeze? To bring about an unconditional ceasefire? Oh gosh. I forgot for a moment that I'm not supposed to think what is necessarily in the US interest. But whether it's the position it doesn't really seem like a position that makes a lot of sense. I don't know whether there's much to research on the war in Ukraine. Like, there's certainly a certain level of ambivalence, but not as much as in regards to the war in the Middle East, right? So, I'm currently thinking. Is there even much more that I can write down at this moment? As I said, I'm not going to start formulating maybe does let's quickly check, is there any Belarusian these days, I mean? Very cool, very swag, I like it. We kind of have to bring something up. We kind of have to bring something up about foreign involvement. I think that would be parties, DPRK. Do the US recognize the DPRK? I would assume so. DPRK, Belarus, Iran, China. BRIP. No, there's no R. If we add Russia. Yeah. I don't know. What did I want to say? What would I? I'm getting tired. Understandably so, I must say. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Because otherwise we can just refrain from doing any as much a question of could or should Are you retarded? Are you retarded? This is not about an election, you dumb slur. I need to stop the stream. I'm gonna say something bad. See? Right. So wait a second. I know. Is there any possible, or are there any possible, modifications that could be made to Resolution 1 and 3? Render them I know that would make gosh. Okay, maybe I'll actually copy that. Maybe for the means of member state. Where was I? can spell. Who? Do you hear the... So I think that is, I think we have 3 resolutions relatively worked out, not worked out, but I would say outlined relatively well. Maybe one day I'll do an additional stream where I actually work on those resolutions. One day is funny. I kind of have to get the style down before that, and that's probably something I better do off stream. And I'm also tired, so I'm most certainly not gonna do anything more in this stream. Where was I? Where's the freaking resolution? Come on, mate. Come on, England. Score some fucking goals. I mean, that's not a whole bunch of writing. That's not a whole bunch of writing. Should we maybe? Oh no, I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to still do something else and then go to bed. Preferably in like 2 hours. Probably earlier because I'm tired, which might ruin my New Year's celebrations. But I have Monster Energy, which I shall drink tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow. How about that? I don't know. I have to ask. I'm not too sure what I'll do all of the day tomorrow. If my grandma wants to go, I might go to church at 6 p.m. and before that I'll probably do a whole bunch of other stuff for uni. Oh wait, am I recording? I probably should end that. So what am I gonna do tomorrow? Maybe I'll stream tomorrow, but then it should be decided relatively early, and I won't stream for that long. You call a one for. I still want to obviously be outside when the new year begins so that I can set off my friggin' firework, mate. Okay, let me quickly draw up a little plan for tomorrow. Okay, when I'm back home at like 7 p.m. Maybe 7:30 to I mean, realistically, frankly, let's say, for the sake of the argument, that would be 4 hours, right? I don't know. I think there's a good chance that I'll actually do at least one stream, and there is a decent chance that I will at least write something on stream. I don't know yet. Anyway, thanks for watching. those who did. I just realized that I still have to make a funny tweet. In any case, thanks for watching, and if I don't stream tomorrow, have a happy new year. I mean, sorry. Gosh, I'm about to rip out the headphone, not the headphone, the microphone. Gosh, that's a sign that I should end the stream. But I mean, maybe I actually should do a stream in the evening. But something light probably. Either gaming, or maybe even some sort of I don't know, 2024 Wrapped. But that's something that should be prepared. That's something maybe next year I'll do a That Was 2025 stream. But I don't know. In any case, way too long. Maybe I should consider streaming on Twitch again, but I don't know. I'm not too sure. See you someday, probably, if I don't know, like die in my sleep. That would be kind of weird if I now died in my sleep. That would be kind of weird, but I don't know. That's a very weird note to end a stream on. See you. Or not. As I said, stop. Good night. I mean, a bit of fun hasn't damaged